Got to figure out what that cord is doing. Something's messed up. I don't know if it's dust in the inputs or what. Um, anyway, good morning. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, May 28th. Got about 7 minutes to go. Just under 7 minutes to go for the opening bell. Currently, we have quite a few stocks up pre-market on the S&P and the NASDAQ 100. Futures are off a little bit. Been struggling to go positive. Let's see what Meta continuation, 640 something. Yeah, 640. Nvidia, looking for that to follow through again from yesterday's bounce. A little 3-candle reversal would be nice on Nvidia. We'll be watching Nvidia for some follow through today. Chip stocks, Micron, looking for that to bounce. I see people talking about derivatives, ETFs, 2 times, whatever. And Micron, let's see what Mr. Duccini posted earlier. I wanted to check that out. Okay, so we've got Frano saying that we got drones active today. We'll take a look at that. UMAC. All right, we'll look at a couple of these, see what they look like. UMAC. Big gap up. Okay. Let's see. Drones. What do you got? KTOS, right? Kratos. Gapping up. Okay. RCAT. Gap up. And AeroVironment, which has been down until last week. We started at the bottom. Looks like they're trying to push this back up. The drones, okay. So looking at the daily, these tend to run up for a few days. It's back above the 50-day for now, so maybe it'll build some price action above the 50-day, like we were looking at Meta yesterday. 50-day is a major impediment or support from my perspective. Once you get above the 50-day, things start to look different because people start to look at the stock different, and we'll start thinking, okay, it's time to start buying, which what we did yesterday. I made some money on it, kept some options, rolled some. I believe that's what we did. Let's see, Meta, I took the July 650, 655. I believe I was trading shorter term options yesterday. That's the age catching up with me. Need to be more explicit in my journal as the day goes on. Suffice to say, Meta is a good setup. Okay, so pre-market, you can see it's up again. Okay, it's at 637. Okay, Microsoft is diddling a little bit. We got Intel turning up. Intel. Okay, would like to add to Intel. Intel would like to add to this. It's sitting right above the 9 EMA for the past 5 trading days. Today makes day 6. The S&P, we have to remind ourselves that the S&P has been up here for a while. 9 weeks and counting. I didn't think we'd make it past 6 weeks. And then it's up the same as 7, 8. Now it's 9. Right? So we're up nearly 20% off of the low. Okay. So it is what it is. I was just watching a movie called Barefoot, and Treat Williams was one of the actors. I did not realize Treat Williams died in 23. That makes me kind of sad. I saw him on the street in Manhattan one day. I was walking down Park Avenue, and he was going the opposite direction. I wasn't one of those crazy fans that said, give me an autograph, whatever. I just nodded my head. acknowledged who he was. He went on his way. I went on mine. Deborah Harry. I mean, you see so many people in Manhattan. I miss that, you know. Don't want to say that I'm scared to go to Manhattan, but I'm not going to take my kids there for sure. I'll go. I mean, I know how to stay out of trouble. I grew up on the street, so I know what it's like. But I'm not going to bring my kids, put myself in that situation where I have to protect my kids or my wife or whatever. I hope it changes. I hope New York changes for the better. Okay, Intel's starting to move now. Intel. Okay, Intel is starting to giddy up a bit. Micron. Let me see what Mr. Ticini was looking at. Micron. What were you talking about? Not chasing something. Yeah, chase at your own peril. There's a reason why I don't chase over the years. MRVU. Okay, Marvell. All right, MRVU. Okay, and it pulled back. All right, so Marvell's pulling back.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The market opens in 60 seconds. Godspeed.
I gotta love all these AI stuff. Audio alerts. You know what? I'm going to open up an account over at Robinhood. I'm just going to customize one of those AI agents and see how it does. Yeah. Don't believe all you see. All right. Okay, that's why I said it. That's why I said it. Because you don't want to believe everything the media wants to communicate. I just missed the rain. I took a nice little walk this morning, and my mother-in-law is out there watering the plants, and it's raining. Brilliant. Okay, so we're open, looking good. Good to know. Thanks for sharing that on Manhattan. Okay. Okay. Copper. My copper short is doing really well. Okay. Copper short. Let's see. What is this? Monitor. SCO. Okay, SCO. Not copper. I meant to see crude oil. Crude oil. Okay, big gap up today. Crude oil. Why is this not trading? Oh, okay. The shares. All right. Copper. SCCO. I have shares short. Let me go ahead and take some of these off. All right. I'll take 300 of these shares off. All right. I just sold SCO. This is Bloomberg crude oil short. You can see where it is over here at 26. Okay. What did this split? And it did a split. Okay. So that makes sense. All right. 1 for 4. Okay. All right. SCO split 1 for 4. Okay, crude oil's up. I just took profits on that. On the shares. I have options too. I guess those will adjust. Okay, so what's the top of the list? ARM Holdings. Or it looks like it might be a chip day again. Datadog, Palantir, Marvell. Okay, so Mr. Tuccini was looking at MRVU. MRVU. Okay, that bounced a little bit. MRVU. Okay, let me buy some MRVU. What the hell? I'll track this with Mr. Turchini, MRVU. Let's see. Has no options. Okay, so it figures. So I have to deal with Marvell, MRVL. MRVL. Okay, dipping a little bit. I'll watch this for a few minutes. Marvell, ARM Holdings, having a good morning so far. ARM Holdings, big move. Oh, you know what was up big? Was Snowflake. Snowflake up big. Let me take some options. Let me take some this position off. I forget who mentioned it, but thank you. Big win for me. Held that into earnings. Okay, if I can get out, let's see what here. All right, Snowflake, whoever mentioned it, thank you. Snow, was it you, Nick?
Marvel Pulse. Size. Long dated. Deep calls. SPX Pulse. Deep puts. Shenanigans. Meta Pulse. 0 DTE.
Okay, Meta, just pulling back here, Meta. Hey, Goose. Hey, baby, you want something to eat? Here you go. You didn't like the rain, huh? Kitty cats don't like rain? Okay, so she's inside. All right, so Snowflake, I took profits in Snowflake. What else do I want to look at here? Whew. All right. So Microsoft starting to bounce a little bit. Microsoft. All right, let's go down the list. ARM Holdings, number one on the NASDAQ 100. Who is this? A? What is that? Agilent? Who is A? I haven't. Agilent. Yeah, Agilent is up. Big gap up for Agilent. That's the top of the S&P 500, followed by Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree, they were talking about with Jerry Storch yesterday about Dollar Tree and Dollar General. All right, so there goes Dollar Tree. He was talking about it for earnings. Dollar Tree, big gap up. DLTR, gap up. Thanks.
ASTS. Long dated. Deep calls. SanDisk Pulse. Q's Pulse. Apple Pulse. SPX Pulse. Size.
Okay, so Dollar Tree looking good. Dollar Tree, gap up. All right, so retailers, let's see. Seagate Technologies, STX. Okay, a little extended there. AMD, been active the last couple of days. AMD, active. Yeah, thanks, Nick. I appreciate that. You caught it on the 50-day crossover, right? If I recall. Let me just check. Snowflake. Snowflake, SNOW. Yeah, back here a couple of weeks ago, we were looking at the crossover. I don't want to come across with hyperbole, but when a stock crosses the 50-day, it's a big deal. You got to pay attention. Almost always, the reason why that happens is because institutions are now in the position or have positions, accumulated enough shares to do whatever they want to do. When you move above the 50-day, it's a big deal. 200-day, same thing. But it starts with the 9 and 21-day crossing up. You can see what Snowflake did. So we bought this a couple of weeks ago, thanks to Nick, and we gapping up on earnings. I could have got trounced like we did with Zscaler. Like it doesn't always work, right? Zscaler, I did manage to roll the day before earnings, so I got plenty of time for this to resurface. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA, we bought some NVIDIA yesterday. Okay, bullish. Okay, you're talking too loud, lady. You're too loud. Okay, Snowflake took profits. Call side. Okay, NVIDIA looks good. Day 3 reversal. day 2, really. Hammer yesterday. Okay, looks good. NVIDIA with a hammer. Looks like that's going to go. That's going to be a big winner. There goes NVIDIA. Okay, so NVIDIA we noticed yesterday, if you were paying attention. Yesterday, we saw a lot of calls coming through. And we acted on it. Microsoft, it was a big deal yesterday. Let's see what, let's see here. All right, so I figured you'd be talking this morning. Okay, Caterpillar looked yesterday towards the close. I didn't have enough time to buy any Caterpillar. That's gapping down a little bit today, but Caterpillar is looking good. If it starts to bounce Caterpillar and we see options coming in, I can't miss this next one now. Looking to get into Caterpillar. Okay. Let's see.
Size. Long dated. Meta pulse. 0 DTE. Call side.
Okay, Meta. Looking for a bounce. Okay, NVIDIA is still going here. Micron, yeah, Micron. I wanted to buy 1,000, 1,010 or 1,020 call spread. Micron's going.
Meta pulse. Long dated. SanDisk pulse. Deep calls. ARM pulse. ASTS. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
SPRC may rise in 10 seconds. COPX. ASTC. CPSH.
Okay, looking good. All right, so NVIDIA's at the highs. Let me go ahead and take some of this off NVIDIA from yesterday. Got a little ways to go here on NVIDIA. All right, Caterpillar, I want to do something there eventually. NVIDIA, okay, nice little pop. I got 213, 215 calls.
SanDisk pulse.
Looking for a
Deep
bounce,
calls.
a little bit higher.
ASTS.
Okay, Apple, also looking for that to push.
SPX.
Palantir, number 3. Palantir, number 3 on the NASDAQ 100. Number 4, Marvell, MRVL. Okay, Marvell looking good. All right, Marvell, we wanted to do something with Marvell, right? Marvell. Let me see what the options look like. Okay, let me, Aaron, I see your question. I'll let me give it some thought. Okay. Okay. Meta, we got the 6:20 call for Friday. Is very active. Okay. Meta. Okay. Okay, I'm just looking at a couple things here. Marvell, Micron, Marvell.
Bitcoin Ponzi Pulse. Size. Long dated. Deep calls. AMD Pulse. Shenanigans. Soft Pulse. Micron Pulse. Deep puts. 0 DTE. Call side.
All right, so Marvell has earnings tonight. Okay. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft on the move. Microsoft on the move. 3-candle reversal on Microsoft. Okay, tell me I held the Microsoft position. Please, 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 please. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's right. I had a whole shitload of Microsoft. Excuse my French. We did some short-term trading with Microsoft yesterday, thanks to David, and took some of that money and put it into June options, 420 strike. Let's see, Microsoft. All right, that's near that 420 strike. That's going to do well. Okay, that looks good. Okay, these look good. All right, so Microsoft, I'm fine. Okay, Microsoft looks good. Nice bullish look. Microsoft put a stop underneath the low of the day.
NBIS. Q's Pulse. Long dated. TSM Pulse. Deep calls.
All right, NVIDIA. All right, pulling back a little bit, NVIDIA. Okay, we want that a little bit higher. Apple looking good. Microsoft stretching its legs.
Now Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, Microsoft looks good.
Q's Pulse. Size. Hood Pulse. Deep calls. Shenanigans. SanDisk Pulse. Deep puts.
Okay, Microsoft with a 3-candle reversal, looking good. Oh, they had earnings last night? Okay, thank you.
Shenanigans. Avgo Pulse.
Okay, so Marvell already had earnings. Okay, cool. Good to know. Marvell, let me see. Marvell.
Avgo Pulse.
See right here. See right here. So you can't always trust what
Bitcoin.
you can't always trust what these agentic AI,
Shenanigans.
these agents give you. Okay, so all right. So what are they looking at? Active strikes, May 29, 215 and 220 strikes. All right, so they're going to be up this morning. I don't want to chase it, but let's see, Marvell. Okay, there goes Swarmer. Swarmer's on the move. Okay, all these All these drone companies are on the move. Swarmer has the nicest base. I think it has a very good shot at being the best of class, only because it can control so many drones. And got the drone manufacturers. You have to have software. Somebody's going to buy that company out. All right, so SWMR. Do they have options? SWMR. First, I want to do Marvell. Let's see, Marvell. They were talking Marvell.
Soft pulse. Long dated.
All right, let me just look here.
Nvidia pulse.
June. Okay, a lot of options. Marvell. MRVL. Marvell. Okay, the top 10 are mostly chips and semiconductors related names. Okay, Marvell is just sitting here. Okay, Marvell. Okay, Micron. I wanted to do a 1020 spread yesterday. I couldn't get a fill. It's dipping a little bit. So we'll look for the dip opportunity on the dip. Apple following through.
SPX pulse.
Okay, Apple following through. Yesterday we hit the highs and reverse. Here goes Apple going.
GT put strip.
All right, Apple looks good. Let me see what I want to do with Apple. Apple's up nicely. Okay, I got September Apple. What a drag it is getting old. It's 315s. Okay, I got 315, 320s for Apple.
Long dated.
Apple got 315, 320s for July. Okay. Okay, look for a dip now.
Long dated. Deep calls. Amazon pulse.
What a drag it is getting old. Yeah, that thing about Treat Williams, I was really shocked. He was only 71. It's like, damn. Okay. Microsoft on the move here. Microsoft looking good. Okay, AAOI is up again today. AAOI. It did dip first thing. Okay, so why is this up so much? Okay, curious. All right, well, take a look at this. I'm looking for a bounce in these optical networking
Intel pulse.
companies. Okay. Tesla looks like it wants to go again. Tesla. A little bounce when Tesla. Supermicro. Starting to consolidate up at the highs. So I'm going to go ahead and take some profits here. Supermicro. Okay. So I'll take profits in Supermicro. Let it consolidate. We'll get back in. Supermicro. All right, Supermicro, I'm out now. Supermicro, I'm looking for it to consolidate up here north of the 200-day. Same idea as what we talked about with the 50-day a few minutes ago when it comes to snowflake stocks like that. When they cross over the 50-day, start paying attention. Meta is the next candidate. Meta just crossed the 50-day. If you don't chase it, you're probably going to be very happy with an entry on Meta. Very active options complex right now. There's a lot of Friday calls being bought. I'm not interested in buying Friday. I'll look at the options chain and see where there's large open interest. Cheat sheet, you can look at Money Magic's call and put wall. That'll give you an idea what to look for. All right, so if you look at Meta, you can see 640 and 650. Okay, 640 is right there. Where did we run into resistance? At 640. Okay. All right. Meta first resistance. Okay, so Meta first resistance. Microsoft taking off. Okay, Microsoft was very active yesterday with 0-day options. Microsoft. Okay. Tesla, SoFi is starting to move. All right, SoFi, that's a longer term play, SoFi. That Grover mentioned, BlackRock owns a very large position. Once this gets going, gets above the 50-day, I've got the 20 strike for 2028, June 2028. Okay, so I'm just sitting on that. I'll start adding to it once it gets above the 50-day. But I got a basic position. I got 10 calls, the June 20, SoFi, June 2028. The 20 strike calls. I got 10 of those. I'll start adding. I'll probably get up to about 50 options if this starts to trend. Lately, I've been doing a lot more options and less shares, only because we've been up for 9 weeks straight. I don't want to get caught with my pants down. All right, so futures are starting to turn up. Let's look at trace, hedge flows. Okay, overhead resistance levels. Okay, 0-day. Okay. We got a lot of positive gamma. Positive gamma means that we're going to see dip buyers. Okay, so lots of purple. That should make you feel good about buying dips. Okay, so one dip I want to buy is Caterpillar. Okay, here's the S&P. We're up 9 weeks straight. So the reason why I've been doing a lot more options, I'll tend to lean more towards options as the markets get more and more extended. Okay, because I can hedge around my positions, and I don't have a tremendous amount of shares. It's a stock that decides to pull back. There's some pluses and minuses in that, of course, but you can always sell covered calls like Frano does. When you think the markets are getting a little extended, she'll buy or she'll sell shares. She'll sell options against her shares. Couldn't get that out. And when the markets do pull back a little bit, she just collects the premium, adds to her bounce or whatever, I assume, and then looks for the stock to continue trending. Okay, so we're talking Marvell, right? Marvell, Caterpillar. Okay, Oracle's doing something. Okay, Oracle. Okay, you can see it's been consolidating for the last 3 weeks. Looking forward to push higher. This is a long-term play as well. I have 2028 or 2027. 2027 call options, I believe, in June. Let me just check real quick. Oracle. Oh, you know what I do have? I have some 202 10s that I got to sell pretty soon. Those are March, and I got ORCX shares. Got 1,000 of that. ORCX. Been adding to ORCX. It's a small position. I'll have 1,000 shares of that. I plan on adding to this one because it is long term. So that looks good.
Shenanigans. 0 DTE. Call side.
202 10s. Oracle. 202 10. Okay, we're going to encounter the 200-day soon, just overhead at 206.
Long dated. Deep puts.
Okay, the S&P is still chopping around here. If you're watching hedge flows have pointed upward. Let me just zoom into this for a few minutes. Turn this down a little bit. There you go. You can see the hedge flows now are rising. Microsoft still pushing higher. Microsoft looking good.
Long dated. Soft pulse.
All right, would like to consolidate this a little bit. Micron. Okay, I got 420s. I got 422.50s. Microsoft 430s.
Long dated.
Okay, so we have a pretty decent sized position in Microsoft. We've been waiting for this to go. Yesterday, I got finished telling you that I'm getting really impatient with Microsoft. I started thinking that maybe I want to reduce, take the exposure off, put it somewhere else, somewhere where it's actually moving. And lo and behold, we get David tell me that there's a crap ton of options. Yesterday, if you remember, I think Microsoft, there was something like 200,000 contracts traded. Let me see what the open interest is. I took a snapshot to see what that would be like today. Let's see if it carried over. What were the
Long dated.
screenshots yesterday? Okay, let me see what this is. Sorry about that. Microsoft. Okay.
Amazon pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay, so we're looking at Nike. It was Nike. Okay, Nike. I was looking at, there was 6,240 contracts traded against 28,000 in open interest at the 18 strike, June 18. All right, so let me look at June 18. June 18. Nike, because I want to add to this one. Nike. If I recall, Nike was one we took about a week ago, I guess, 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. Somebody mentioned Nike. A number of you mentioned Nike. We were looking for it to get above the 50-day. You got this double bottom base. We're starting to clear the 50-day, okay? So here again, just like Snowflake, once a stock clears the 50-day, we start looking for more positive action. Same thing with Meta. Once it clears the 50-day, we start to look for more action. Okay, so Nike, let me see what the deal is here with Nike. I looked at June, and let's see how much of that open interest. It was at the 45 strike, 45. Actually, there were day traders. So there you go. So we had 6,200 contracts trade yesterday. It didn't turn into open interest. Actually, 2,000 in open interest came off. So they might have rolled it, actually. 14 still the same. A little bit. Let's see, what is
SPX.
16? Yeah, so Nike, I was hoping that we'd see a build in open interest. Didn't happen. Okay, so the top of the list again, Axon. Axon jumping to the top of the list. Axon. Okay, this looks really good. Just pushing through the 50-day. Here's a great candidate, Axon. Axon. Look at Snow for possibilities. Axon clearing the 50-day. B-band squeeze. Triggering. Use a stop under low today. Also watch AA. App Lovin did this yesterday. No, it wasn't. That is APP. All right. APP. Yeah. Okay. So App Lovin did this yesterday. Okay. Can't type yesterday. Okay. So I want to buy some Axon here. Okay, so here's App Lovin day 2. If you recall what we posted yesterday, App Lovin. I'm pretty sure I took a snapshot of this.
Triple semi pulse. Deep calls.
Okay, so day 2. It's clearing the 200-day as well. Okay, let's look at Axon. Axon, Axoff.
Long dated.
Axon, okay. So this is not 100% guarantee, but it does look really good. So keep that in mind. So I'm going to buy some Axon here. Probably do something like 440 if it clears this level here. Probably do something like 440, 450, call verticals if you want to get ahead of me. I'll go out to July.
Long dated.
May resume in less than a minute. RKLZ, ARXS, BTDR, SPRC. JXG may resume in less than a minute.
ONDS you're looking at? ONDS. Okay, that looks good. ONDS, what do they do? ONDS, thank you, Aaron. I'm watching ONDS. Private licensed wireless data networks for mission critical industrial markets.
Size. Long dated.
Okay. Sunnyvale. I built the Toys R Us in Sunnyvale. Sunnyvale on the main drag there. ONDS.
JXG may rest in 10 seconds. RKLZ, SPRC, NTCL,
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
AVEX,
Shenanigans.
AKTX, NTCL, RXT,
Soft pulse. Long dated.
NTCL, SPRC, RKLZ, ASTN,
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
NTCL, NTCL, RKLZ,
Palantir pulse. Long dated.
REY may resume in less than a minute. ROBN, HOOG, SPRC, MASK, NTCL, NTCL,
All right, looking good. Microsoft continues higher. Okay, Microsoft is still going. Yesterday was a very active day. Okay, we're at the high of the day now. Microsoft.
Dated.
Okay, 420, 430. I got some Microsoft I got to take off here. 420.
NTCL,
Tesla pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. NBIS.
420.
Nvidia pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
NTCL, APPS, FITC may res in 10 seconds.
Okay, so Microsoft, I'm just looking at options that I might want to take off. I got 420s, I got 422.50s.
Call side. Size.
All right, taking these off. Okay, Microsoft, big move on Microsoft today. Okay, so started yesterday with 0 day and carried over into today.
Spider pulse. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Oklo, January's, August, a lot of going on there. Okay. Okay, looking for more follow through in the S&P. Watching Trace here. Okay, we're starting to taper off a little bit. We got plenty of room to the upsides. 75, looks like 75, 75, 75, 70. Okay. NVIDIA bouncing now, NVIDIA.
ASTC.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
RNY halted to the upside. UMAC.
Team at Lazian.
SNXX.
January 110 call. Team. January 110 call. Okay. All
Size.
right. This looks really good, actually. Thank you, David.
Q's pulse. AMD pulse. Deep calls. Shenanigans.
UMAC. KULR. AMPU.
All right. Team at Lazian.
Pulse. Deep calls. Q's pulse. Long dated.
All right. Team at Lazian. The 110 call is very active for January. Let me see that. January. Team. 110s. Okay. Team at Lazian. Let's see. Team. When did they report? Team.
Micron pulse.
All right. July 30th. So next they reported. They got 127%. Looks good. January.
Size.
January 110s. June. 110s. Okay. Just looking at team. This looks good. Team. July monthlies.
SPX pulse. Long dated.
100. Okay, let me do that. Let me buy 100, 110s. Vertical. 100, 110. Okay, let me just look at this real quick. Team. Okay, let me look at the 1 minute chart. Team.
Silver pulse. Long dated.
Okay, that's pulling back right now. Okay. Good. ABCD pattern. 100, 110.
Apple pulse. Size. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay, S&P, Mondo. Okay, S&P. Hedge flows.
Palantir pulse. Long dated. Apple pulse.
Positive gamma.
SNTU.
High tick alert plus 800.
Okay, high tick alert.
Pulse. IWM pulse.
High tick alert.
Long dated.
Okay, so, whoa, there goes the markets.
Call side. Size.
DRRM.
NTCL. SEO.
Holy shit, what was that? Mondo, was that you buying? Oh, damn. Wow.
0 DTE. Call side.
ARMG.
Gun.
Holy smokes.
Spider.
The S&P just,
Long dated.
Mondo said he's going to buy some calls. I said the hedge flows are starting to taper off. And then what happens?
0 DTE.
The market's,
Call side.
boom.
Size.
Jeez. Iranian proposals accepted. All right, so, all right, this is going to go. S&P, let me buy a spread here for tomorrow. S&P, let me buy a spread for tomorrow. Okay, S&P, big cap.
Gun. Gold pulse.
Come on.
Long dated.
Everybody's going to try to pile in now.
Shenanigans. IWM pulse. Size. Tesla pulse. 0 DTE. Call side.
MASK.
All right.
SNXX. SNTU.
NTCL.
All right, 75, 75, 70,
Long dated.
7,600.
Calls.
CSA.
Deep put.
MASK.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
CODX.
Okay, so just heard it.
SNTU. BRRM.
Okay. All right, so the Iranian proposal accepted, huh? Okay.
AMD. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Well, I guess the mainstream media is not going to like this. Man, they hate this guy so much. They don't want him to do anything that's actually beneficial to the U.S. as a whole, no matter who the president is. That's my 2 cents. Not that it matters.
Nvidia pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Okay, so what does it say? It says U.S. and Iran reach agreement on 60-day MOU to extend truce. All right, that's just the truth.
UMAC.
Reach a deal, but need Trump's final approval. Okay, so this markets could go ballistic
0
here.
DTE. Call side.
FATF.
Size.
IONX.
Okay, so maybe crude oil drops too.
QETX.
Maybe crude oil will drop too.
CPSH. GDXU.
QTEX.
CPSH.
All right, let's see if this keeps going.
NIBF.
Size. Long dated. Google pulse.
GGXX.
MASX.
Google Pulse. Size. Long dated. Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
MASK.
RAY Marizumi SH. GTXU. DGXX. ARMG. UMAC. SNXX. SNTU.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Palantir Pulse. Zero DTE. Call side.
SH. ABEX.
Okay, here goes the S&P.
SNCX.
All right, so we've all been waiting for this, right? We've all been waiting for, how many times have I heard somebody say,
Spider Pulse. Long dated. Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
ARMG.
there it goes. A lot of stocks should pop, I would think.
CPSH. INX. UMAC. RGTX. DGXX. ARMG. QBTX.
Size.
CPSH.
Zero DTE. Call
INX.
side.
All right, let's see what hedge flows are saying. Okay, the hedge flows are going. All right, so we got we got a 99 percentile at 75.70. 75.70.
Size. NBIS.
R1 71. If it gets above that, forget about it.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
75.70. 75.70, 99 percentile. That's new.
Q's Pulse. Long dated.
75.70.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
I have a cable that's kind of sticking out of one of my cabinets. The cat's looking at it like it's like a snake or something. So funny. Cute. She's sneaking up on it.
DTE.
She's going to tap it with her paw.
Size.
That is so cute. Oh, gosh, she's standing up on her hind legs looking at it. What is that? What is it? Is it a snake? Is that a snake? No, that's not a snake. All right. So markets haven't really done much with this. Do, 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 do.
SPRC.
SPX.
Apple Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, so we got more news coming across the tape. Let's see.
ASTC.
All right. And these Trump's final approval, Iran agreement, 60 days. Da 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 da. Wow.
SPRC.
I mean, you pound the crap out of a country for, was it 4 months?
Marvel.
That's gotta really screw with your morale, right? I would think. Jeez.
ASTC.
I knew it's just a matter of time.
SPRC.
SMCIM going to steal your money. Long dated. Deep calls.
Did she just say SMCI is going to steal your money? This lady's crazy. I like this pulse. Gives you an idea, especially when you start hearing S&P 0 day, S&P 0 day, S&P 0 day, one after the other.
Marvel Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts. Gold Pulse.
SPRC.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
WOLF.
Size. Long dated.
DGXX.
Okay, let me just scroll back here. Make sure I'm not. Okay. 98 percentile. When did it turn 99? Right there. 99,
0 DTE.
99
Call strip.
at 10:13. Hey, that's about right. 10. Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
AVTX.
Wasn't 98 percentile. All right, so it was right there when this showed up.
Long dated.
Okay, cool. 75, 75. I see you, kitty cat.
Soft Pulse. Long dated.
You want some? No? Okay.
NTCL.
COTX.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
COTX.
Okay. Markets, yeah, they're looking good, but they're not like blowing up just yet. Need Howie Mandel. Deal or no deal? Okay.
Micro Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Oh, what did I just do there? What did I just do? Okay. All right. All right. So I'm just waiting to see if the markets are going to catch another leg higher. If we're going to buy this little dip here, we know that the markets are in positive gamma state. Excuse me. So as long as it's in positive gamma, we know that the dealers
Marvel Pulse. Long
and
dated.
market makers are going to be
0
buying the dip.
DTE.
All right. So,
Call
oh, this
side.
is gone already?
Size.
No. Okay. It's 99 percentile, but there's something coming off here. Okay, you see that? Okay, what happened just now? Somebody just took that off?
VIX
It was
Pulse,
there.
Micron
Now it's starting to
Pulse,
dissipate.
long dated,
Let's see what the
deep
data
cold,
says.
SanDisk
8.2 billion. 8.2 billion in positive gamma.
as UGP.
SNXX. QCML. SNDU.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
SPRC.
Okay, Oracle's trying to break out. All right, we might actually get a breakout after this 3-week consolidation.
ML.
Oracle.
ETDR. SNDU.
APTX. SPRC.
SNXX. QCML.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Tesla Pulse, shenanigans. 0 DTE, call side. Size,
SNGU. SPRC vaulted to the upside.
Okay, NVIDIA. All right, let's see. Man, let's cash in some of these chips and refocus maybe.
EPS.
What's Microsoft up at? Microsoft just tagged for 29. Okay, so we took that off. 420.
SNDU.
Okay, a little bit higher.
Q's Pulse, 0
440,
DTE.
450. Okay,
call
Microsoft
side.
looks fine. Okay, Microsoft. Oracle, trying to get up there at 200. Oracle. Okay. Oracle. All right, looking for that to break higher. That looks good, Oracle.
Long dated,
S&P starting to climb a little bit more.
MASK.
I'm surprised this isn't just bolting higher. Got the initial news right there. What time was that? Looks like,
AMD.
yeah, 10:12.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
10:12, and this 99 percentile
0
came in,
DTE, call side.
traded out.
Size,
Okay, so we're losing a little bit off of that right now.
NVIDIA Pulse,
There's nothing overhead.
long dated.
We could run this today. Institutions most likely will use some of this strength to exit some positions, I would think.
Long dated,
NTC now.
size, long dated.
Do, 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 do.
Size,
SNXX.
MASK. NTC now.
App loving, nice follow through day.
Pulse, long dated. AMD Pulse, shenanigans.
SNXX.
Love to know what she means when she says shenanigans. It must have something to do with some fake out or whatever that's programmed into the algo. Okay.
Meta Pulse, long dated.
MASK.
MASK. SPRC may resume in less than a minute.
MASK.
SNXX. SNTK. BOIL.
Google Pulse.
MASK.
SNXX. MASK. SPRC may res in 10 seconds.
Size,
YAU may
long
resume in less
dated.
than a minute. BOIL.
MASK. NTC now.
Size, long dated.
MASK.
Size, long dated.
YAU may res in 10 seconds.
All right. Microsoft tapering off the highs. So is Apple and Nvidia. Same with Amazon, Google. No follow through yet. No follow through yet. All right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Soft Pulse. Size,
NTC now. MASK.
DGXX.
Palantir Pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call sign. Size, size, long dated. Shenanigans.
SNXX. SNTU. MASK.
MASK.
ARMG.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated, deep calls. AMD Pulse. Spider Pulse. Spider Pulse. Marvel Pulse.
Hedge flows still grinding a bit higher. S&P is not moved much. I guess the markets are waiting to see if there's any more news. A lot of zero DTE calls being bought.
SPX Pulse, long dated, deep puts. NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. SPX Pulse, deep puts. Zero DTE, put strip. Gamma.
ABXX,
Spider Pulse.
SPX, BTDR, 10 seconds. SMCX,
Don't be afraid to say the ones that you think you'll hit. Most of the time, you're gonna.
Zero DTE, call sign. Size. Boeing Pulse.
All right, no follow through yet. Okay, there goes CRML. CRML out of the corner of my eye just saw a bolting higher. CRML. Okay, that's pushing off of a level. CRML looks pretty good. These metals stocks, CRML, USAR, those are all starting to bounce. I did catch a glimpse of Oklo. What's Oklo doing? All right, that's interesting.
Zero DTE, call sign. Size. Zero DTE, call sign. Size.
Okay, what else is working? Oracle is looking like it wants to break out. That's good, good. Just sitting here waiting for something to happen, news-wise.
JWL vaulted to the upside.
Sandisk Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Oklo.
Zero.
All right, looking at the stocks that are at the top of the list, ARM Holdings continues to ramp higher. Okay, Marvell had earnings. That's dipped a little bit. All right, so not chasing was a good idea. Marvell.
Long dated.
Axon. Continuation. Axon looks good. Microsoft starting to bounce. Microsoft having a good day today. So any dips probably get bought. Microsoft, here you go with Microsoft. Little dip there. RSI got oversold. Let's look at the 60-minute. Okay, 60-minute tells you a lot. Okay, big range here for the last couple of months. Been having difficulty getting above. We know that 432 is a big level. So once above 432, this should go. Okay, I've been getting impatient with it. Yesterday we had a really nice options trade that parlayed into options that I have that are further out in time in June. So looking for that to continue higher. If it breaks above 432, then I'll start to reassess my existing positions. I'm holding on to some options right now, the 420, 430, 440, 450 levels. Okay, 420 up through 450 at $10 increments. Let me just look at that again, Microsoft. Because I sold the 420, 422 50s this morning as we blasted right through that area. Microsoft, Meta. Okay, looking for Meta to keep going. I got July Meta calls. Okay. What's Pony doing? Pony is up. Okay, Pony, we bought some $10 calls on Pony. That's one that Mondo gave his seal of approval. Kissed Pony on the lips. Looking for that to follow through. It's about to break through the 50-day. You know what I think about the 50-day. I don't have to belabor it. Okay, futures look like they want to go. It's just they're just sitting here doing nothing right now. Futures, let me go to the 1-minute chart. Okay, so we're trying to break above this level right here.
I am going to steal your money. Long dated.
SMI gonna steal your money. That's the first time I heard that. Second time, actually. Super micro. Okay, super micro. Let me see that chart. I need to sell into some strength here. Super micro. Still going there.
Micron Pulse.
45.
Long dated. Deep calls. Soft Pulse. Meta Pulse.
Let me look at super micro continuation. Okay, I bought some super micro last week. I have the 45 call,
SPX Pulse.
and I have some spreads here. Let me see what I want to do here. That's still going. Looking very strong. Looking very strong. Super micro. Is there any news? Turning the corner. Okay, I have a 45 call. Also have 50, 60 call spreads. Talked about that yesterday. Super micro. All right, so there's a lot of activity in super micro. Let me just check the options chains and see what's going on with super micro. You know what? Let me do it the easy way. Let me do it the easy way.
Zero DTE, call side.
Axon continues. I mentioned this one early this morning as it started to break out. SPX, S&P 500.
NVIDIA Pulse.
Look for futures to break out.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. Zero DTE, call side. Size. Russell Pulse, Tesla Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans.
$78,000 contracts, super micro versus just 14,000 puts. Put call ratio is pinned at a hyper bullish 0.20. Speculators and institutional money are fast money are aggressively chasing momentum via short dated out of the money calls, creating a gamma squeeze.
Size. Zero DTE, call side. Size.
The fundamentals and corporate updates are finally shifting from panic to proactive risk management, which the market is rewarding. Taiwan diversion. This morning, Supermicro dropped a major press release confirming they actively partnered with Taiwanese law enforcement to crack down on illegal smuggling of their advanced AI servers, resulting in 3 arrests and seizure of 50 high-end systems. Wow. Why the market loves it. Okay, looks good. Okay, there goes critical metals on the move.
Zero DTE, call side.
RGTU.
Meta Pulse.
QBTX.
Long dated.
IONL. RGTI. ARMG.
Q's Pulse. Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
RGTX. RGTU. QBTX. CODA.
Okay, Axon continuation. Axon looking good.
RGTX.
Q's Pulse.
ARMG.
Long dated.
APEX.
Oracle Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, App Lovin, Axon, these are all coming out of squeezes. Looking good.
Oracle Pulse. Long dated. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
VCIG. ARMG. SMCX. ARMG. SPRC may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, Axon's still looking very good. Apple's starting to turn up. ARM holdings at the highs of the day. ARM holdings.
Size.
Complete beast mode here. ARM holdings. This is going to be, I believe this is going to be the next Micron. ARM holdings. So it's just a matter of getting into a good position on a dip. Don't need to chase it, but it's probably going to be $1,000 stock before you know it. Not speculating. I'm just thinking
TSM Pulse.
the way the markets are pricing in these key stocks, key companies. Okay,
SPX.
Axon.
Long dated.
Oh, shoot.
Size.
Axon didn't fill. AXON, Axon. All right, that's okay. I'll let this come back down a little bit. Axon. I'll get into Axon on a little dip. AXON.
CRCG. BCIG. APPS.
Tesla pulse, long dated, deep calls, shenanigans, AMD pulse.
Tesla's still going. Tesla's starting to break higher. Tesla. Okay. Not quite a bullish engulfing. Getting close. Didn't get below yesterday's low, but the body of yesterday's candle, where the majority of price action was trading, we're about to take that out right now. So Tesla looking good for the break to the upside.
Tesla pulse, long dated, deep calls, shenanigans, 0 DTU, call side, size. Micron pulse, long dated, deep calls.
MSOX. ARMG.
Scott, actually, after all these years of talking to you, I've never actually seen you in person.
QBTX.
Nvidia pulse,
ABEX.
long dated,
IONX.
This is my sanctuary field right here. We spent a lot of time back in the support center working on
Micron pulse, long dated, deep calls.
I most enjoy my time in the brand in one of our restaurants, enjoying our food and talking to our team members about their development and growth.
MSOX.
Actually, that's in New York City. Like, what is it about
RGTX. RGTI.
SMCI am going to steal your money, long dated.
We call it coming over the threshold.
Avgo pose,
BTDR.
Tell how the business is going to unfold the moment you open the door. The
RGTU.
sights, the sounds, the
APPS.
smells, all really lead you to what's happening in the restaurant. And so the first thing I look for is obviously cleanliness of the restaurant. Customers that are enjoying food. Are they really enjoying their food? Are they having a good experience?
ARMG.
It's important. And then I look for smiles down the line. I want to see
SPX pulse,
engaging,
long dated. SanDisk pulse, deep calls, deep puts.
We talk about a lot of Chipotle, smiles down the line, don't slow you down.
RGTU.
And now look at the food. I make sure the food is
CRWG.
at our quality standards,
RGTI.
visually first, and then try the food for taste, texture, and flavor. But the visual look.
SPX pulse, long dated, deep puts.
We do something at Chipotle, which I think is quite unique to our brand, because we're actually cooking restaurants every day. This is a perfect
ORCU. ORCX.
Q's pulse,
ABEX.
long dated.
FRAM. CRWG. RGTI. QBTX. CRWU. APPS. BTDR. FATN.
It's flavor, appearance, color, and texture. And it has to meet our standard of all four of those key attributes. So we make because that's critically important.
Nvidia pulse, long dated, deep calls. SPX pulse.
QBTS. RCX.
All right, so futures are trying to break out here. Tick cumulative is turning up. We got one high tick so far, I believe. Let me just adjust this so I can see. Okay. Yeah, we got one high tick plus 800.
CRWG. CRWU.
AMD pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
CRWG.
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts. Shenanigans.
If I couldn't beat you with intelligence, I could beat you with working. But I think the one time when you have some position and that's what would ultimately be recognized and you ultimately be rewarded. I mean, I built a career on the entire premise. I later in life, at the time, got into a leadership position.
ORCU.
The only thing about
Okay, S&P is about to break out.
Call side. Size.
S&P is going. Okay, here we go. S&P is climbing.
0 DTE. Call side. Size. Size. Long dated.
Okay, S&P 500 looking good. S&P. Okay, we're at the highs. This is what's been holding the market back. I mean, I don't know. Is this a sell the news event? Could be a sell the news event, right?
Intel pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. SPX pulse.
All right, S&P is about to go here.
CRWG.
this business looks to not really trade for anything anymore. Steve's a visionary. He's an entrepreneur. He loves the people. He's kind of his MO. He's really good at it. Steve thinks differently about the world than he's thinking. That's classic, founders that are visionaries do. I mean, he is quite remarkable in that regard. What I learned from Steve in the very early days was really critically and foundational to my success today. It was why he started the brand, how he thought about food in general, how he thought about this idea that food has the power to change the world. And then really buy into the SPX. My job, one of my primary responsibilities is to protect the integrity of the great brand that we have today. SPRC. Grounded in this idea that it's the best ingredients in the world to create fresh, classic, it's industrial. It's easy for someone to come in and commercialize it all. NTCL. My commodity products, so there's no place to go. Right? And that's the problem for a lot of brands that are getting on scale, is they have to take things to commissary, or they have to start doing things with quite facilities, where they should be delivering consistent quality across the world. How often is it? I'm looking right now, but I would say like once. Real people, real food, right, guys? There we go, man. That's it. There we go. There we go.
Okay, so we're starting to pop a bit more. S&P looking good. Surprised this hasn't moved more of the markets. I-24 News. Ahmad Shah Stein, Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, has not accepted a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. I can't believe Khamenei's are still in power. That's interesting. Intel turning back up. Intel, after a brief little dip. Intel turning back up, looking better. Okay, Oracle. Okay, Oracle with the breakout. All right, Oracle technically breaking out of a base.
SPX pulse, long dated.
Okay, Oracle with the next breakout here, next leg. Okay. Okay, I have 200s, 200, 210s on Oracle.
Avgo pulse, long dated. Nvidia pulse, SPX pulse, Spider pulse, SanDisk pulse, deep calls. 0 DTE, call side.
Oracle looking good. Looking good, Oracle. Finally doing what we've been looking for. Oracle. Base breakout.
Micron pulse, long dated, deep calls, shenanigans, size, AMD pulse, deep puts, MBIS, spider pulse.
NTCL vaulting to the upside. NTCL.
Spider pulse, long dated, deep puts, Intel pulse, SMCI am going to steal your money. Size,
It's so funny. It's so funny. The guys over at Spot Game have a sense of humor. SMCI, I'm going to steal your money. That's hilarious. I don't know. Looking good. Okay, there we go. Okay, there goes Oracle. Oracle looking good.
Tesla pulse, long dated, Q's pulse.
All right, there goes
AMD pulse,
Critical Metals continues.
deep calls, shenanigans, Tesla pulse, Nvidia pulse, 0 DTE, call side, size, Marvel pulse, deep calls, Nvidia pulse, long dated,
All right, Critical Metals looks good. ARM Holdings, Axon still looking nice there. Axon
Nvidia pulse, long dated,
still pushing. Axon. Okay, my concern is how many days are we going to get out of this? 9 weeks up, man, the markets are just getting crazy. I can't not participate, but then again, when I am participating, I want to make sure that I'm covered. So the best way to do it, from my perspective, from my particular circumstances, is to trade options and fewer shares, unless the shares are for a quick trade. Hit it with 1,000 shares, 5,000 shares, whatever. The options are the way to go for me.
long dated,
Okay, here is S&P. Sorry, I was stuck on the wrong screen there. Intel turning back up. Okay. Yesterday we were talking about how, if you buy some shorter dated options and you use the 1 minute chart when it gets oversold,
SMCI am going to steal your money, long dated, deep calls.
that is so hilarious.
consumer that's comes in, we want to make sure we target them with the right messaging. So the AI decision engine then looks at your uses, what you typically order, and will offer up deals or free
SanDisk Pulse.
to ensure we keep you engaged with the brand. Are you on the app?
INFQ.
Okay, good. Well, so we just relaunched the app.
TCL may rest in 10 seconds.
Monthly free quarterly drops. It includes choose your own rewards, so it allows you flexibility to choose how you redeem your rewards. Yeah. There's even a 50% off non-trading reward.
TCL.
So we're giving you a more customized experience with more choices.
SMCX.
More ways to redeem points.
RGTX.
What do you say to those that say that
WOLF. INFQ.
I think that block is rightly priced for all the love and care that goes into that the product. Either by the farmers that made the onions, the jalapenos, the cilantro. there's
Spider
growers
Pulse. Long dated.
avocados that are best
Apple
avocados
Pulse.
around the world.
Deep Puts.
We bring our restaurants, we hand cut the avocados, scoop avocados, we hand cut the jalapenos and onions every single morning. And we mix it
SMCX.
with love and care, and I think it's rightly
INFQ.
priced for the product.
QETX.
Absolutely, the average price of a chicken burger in America today,
Supermicro's still going here.
maybe not here in New York City,
RGTX.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
absolutely you can. As a matter of fact, highly incremental to
Maybe just myself. I'm smart myself.
Yeah, always order double. Like it's or people that want to do food prep, right?
SMCX.
Or BYOC and they can prep their meal for the week. But, catering's a significant layer of growth that will be meaningful to our company in the months and years to come. Our Chicago chefs have proven to be highly successful. We leverage a third-party platform to promote
RGTX.
catering at Chipotle, and we're seeing hundreds of basis points of comp lift in those restaurants already. We expanded to Boston. just recently.
SMCIM going to steal your money. Long dated. Deep calls.
Fast casual brands in the space today enjoy somewhere between 10 and 15
Q's Pulse. Oracle Pulse.
And so I think there's meaningful layers of growth and duplications.
You mentioned AI, and I've seen so many changes or improvements on the portfolio app under your watch even before you got this position. How will this ordering experience change further because of this new technology?
IONX.
Yeah, so we're leveraging an AI engine right now that's helping
AMPX.
consumers along journeys, whether that's a welcome journey, a lapse journey, or a frequent consumer that comes in. We want to make sure we target them with the right messaging. And the AI decision engine then looks at your uses, what you typically order, and will offer up deals or free Chipotle drops for you.
SanDisk
Ensure we
Pulse.
keep you engaged with the brand.
We'll take off.
Are you on the app?
SMCX.
Okay, yeah. Well, so we just relaunched the app. It has new features now, which include monthly free quarterly drops.
AMPX.
It includes choose your own rewards, so it allows you flexibility to choose how you redeem your rewards.
INFQ.
There's even a 50% off non-trading rewards redemption. So we're giving you a more customized experience with more choices.
RGTX.
And more ways. to
IONX.
redeem points,
And TCL. Two more before wrap this one up. Number one, gotta have your what do you say to those that say that block
NVIG.
and should be extra?
NVIL.
I think that block is rightly priced for all
AMPX.
the love and care that goes into
FJET.
the product, either by the farmers that made the onions, the
Mhm.
jalapenos, the cilantro, there's grown over
Steal your money. That's hilarious. Supermicro is just ripping it here.
hand cut the avocados.
Okay, let me take some of these off. Getting a little ridiculous now. Supermicro.
NVIG. QETX.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
NEBX.
Maybe not here in New York City, but
INFQ.
average prices.
IONX.
Absolutely.
NVIS.
As a matter of fact,
SPRC.
our approach to pricing this last
Nvidia
year
Pulse.
is very
Long dated.
very slow
Tesla
and
Pulse.
measured. I think the industry right now is running 4% pricing. We're at 0.7. And so we're continuing to widen that gap, and that price gap, which I think is meaningful and the right thing to do for the consumer at this time when they're under pressure from the inflationary stuff on gas prices.
It's always for everyone. Clear it up, bro. SPRC. You must have been pulling your hair out. You're trying to take off. Well, I was on that damn early call.
It's unbelievable.
I thought it was a good one.
Unbelievable. We have an affordable price point.
Okay, so Micron.
Everyone have access to wholesome nutritious food that's prepared
Pulse, long dated, deep puts, Tesla Pulse.
and makes a difference in your life.
One more. What do you say to those that come in and say
Ambarella reports tonight.
SPRC?
Micron breaking out. Okay, Micron. Okay, looks like it could go 60-minute. Micron.
SPX Pulse, long dated, Apple Pulse. AMD Pulse, long dated, NBIS, deep puts.
SMCI. SMCX.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls, deep puts, shenanigans.
Micron. Micron bought some 1,000 strikes.
NBIS, long dated.
SMCX.
Intel Pulse, ASTS, long dated. Oracle Pulse, long dated. SMCIM going to steal your money. Spider Pulse.
ANNX. WOLF.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated. Spider Pulse.
SMCX.
Yes. All right. Let me go to Trace there, Mondo, so you can see what's going on. You see Trace? All right.
0 DTE, call sign. Size.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to get there for sure.
Long dated. 0 DTE.
Could blow right past that. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Intel Pulse, long dated. Outgo Pose, long dated. Deep calls. Size. Q's Pulse, long dated. Zero DTE, call set. Size.
All right, hedge flows continue to rally up. Crazy strength here. All right, there we go. Wow, this is just crazy strength, right? These are the kind of trend days that you're looking for. Whenever you get those where hedge flows continue to rally up, that looking good, looking good.
Q's Pulse, long dated. ASTS, long dated. Deep calls. Tesla Pulse. SanDisk Pulse, deep calls. Deep puts.
AMD,
Zero DTE.
you talk funny.
Size. Size. Long dated. Deep calls.
There goes Intel. All right, so this has been, ooh, what a hell of a day, right? Is this going to keep going? What? Do I have any IWM left? I wanted to. What are you doing? GH. I do not. Okay, so I took IWM off. That's all right. Made a nice profit on that IWM over the last couple of weeks. That just keeps going. Let me take a look at IWM real quick. See if there's anything else I want to do. Okay. For the last week and a half, IWM continues this push higher. We were looking at this double bottom. Once it started to move higher, we started watching the 10-year yield, which I'm sure you're aware of if you watched the weekend video. 10-year yield briefly popped up. Now it's moving back down. Buyers at the low of the day. We want to see junk bonds also rallying. We want the 10-year lower. We want this lower. And we want junk bonds higher. Okay, junk bonds outside day. Outside day. That's Canadian for outside day. Out. Okay, outside day. Looking for the 97 level. You can see the 200 level has been pretty much flat since the war started. The 200-day flattened out. So the significance here is if we get above the 200-day, the idea that we could keep going 10 weeks higher, 11, 12 weeks higher, we are extremely stretched. The put-call ratio on many of these big leading stocks like Micron are heavily skewed, 100 percentile risk reversal, but they keep going. Micron, ridiculous levels. What can you do? All you can do is join the party, right?
Shenanigans.
Let's see what Marvell's doing. I wanted to buy Marvell on a dip. Marvell, MRVL. Okay, a little doji there. All right, let's see. Starting to turn, Marvell. Okay, I'm going to buy some Marvell here. Marvell. I'm going to go out at least to July. Marvell.
Micron pulse.
Okay.
Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans.
Marvell. Let's see. Let me go to 200 strike. Let me go out to July. Go 200, 210. Those are $22 per contract. Let me do a spread, buy a vertical. 200, 210. Those are 378. That's okay. We're going to go 378 on Marvell. 200, 210. Let's see if we can get in. Okay. July 200, 210. You know what? Let me pull this back a little bit. Let me see if I can get like 350. I'm going to go back to 350. 350. Good till cancel. I'm going to move my bid down to 350 for a trade on Marvell. 350. All right. Oh. Okay. Too late. Too late. Too late.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Okay. Marvell, I just got filled on the 200, 210 strike calls for July.
Q's pulse. Long dated.
S&P is still going. Okay. Why is it still going, Vinny? Well, because dealers are having to hedge the crap out of this market. Okay, we're up here. Where are we right now? We are right here. I'm just going to zoom in. That level is 75.60. You can see 75.70 is the 90. Well, yeah, it is 99 percentile. Hedge flows continue to rally. So you got to do what the dealers are doing. The dealers are having a party here, having to continue with this hedge flow. Look at this. This is crazy. Look at that hedge flow line. Whenever you see that line climbing like that, you know what dealers are doing. Hi, 99 percentile. All right. I did take some off into strength. Okay.
Size. Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts.
Because you can unleash their profits, but you have multiple.
NDS.
Layoffs don't necessarily.
NTCL.
No.
NDG. RCAT.
Because they become more efficient.
FATN.
Right? So that's usually positive. As long as it's not.
Tesla Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
We forget that the stock performance has been so good. They incinerated billions of dollars of value on the metaverse. Right. And so, I haven't really gotten into the breakdown of who's getting laid off. But
WS.
NTCL. A lot of money in kind of a rather foolish way. Right. And I think also to some extent this is going to be the next year or so where the rubber meets the road, because we all know that you have to be in it to win it in terms of AI spending, in terms of the AI race. But they're not all going to win. No, they're not. They're not. But let's go back to that for a minute.
Okay, we are at the high of the day.
SPX,
Wow.
long dated,
Wow.
deep puts, Q's pulse.
I don't know the breakdown.
RCAX.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
All right, this looks good. I do want to take some off into strength. This is crazy strength today. Okay, what else is moving? Tell me C-Web is up. No, it's not. All right, so that's one dog. C-Web.
Long dated.
Okay. SCO, that was a nice little drop. In crude, let's see what crude is doing.
Zero DT
Crude oil.
call side.
This should get crushed. Crude oil is going to get crushed. If we can finally get a deal with Iran and get this crap situation behind us, crude oil should be back down here in the 60s pretty soon. Okay, so it's still up there a little bit. There goes Axon. Axon going. Axon. Jeez, what a day. What a day. Hope you guys are participating. Axon. Wow. All right. Snowflake had a big day today. Man, I wish I had a bigger position with Snowflake.
NBIS.
What a day that would have been.
Deep calls.
Yikes. I know Nick did really well. Nick did really well. Pointed out Snowflake 2 weeks ago when it broke above the 50-day. Okay, Tesla still pushing. Do I want to take some Tesla off here? Yeah, I should, right? Tesla. Tesla. Tesla, where are we? 440. Okay, so I'm right at my max profit anyway. 440, 445. Almost. I could wait a little bit longer with Tesla. I got 440, 445 Tesla spreads. Okay, so as the rule goes, when you approach the 445 level, that's your maximum profit. We were at 443 high of the day. I could just take some off now and buy again on a dip. Probably not a bad idea. This is a big move today. Probably should, right? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'll keep the longer dated December calls.
Size.
Tesla. Okay. All right, Tesla.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts. 0 DTE. Call side. Size. AMD Pulse. Long dated.
What is Boeing doing? Boeing, any improvement in Boeing? Yes, it's pulling back up. Boeing. All right, Axon looks good. Axon, AXON. All right, big move on Axon, looking good. Bitcoin, not so much. Bitcoin. Let's see what Bitcoin looks like. Bitcoin.
SMCIM going to steal your money.
Bitcoin sucks. All right, so Bitcoin, I'm out. IBIT, I'm out.
Meta Pulse. Long dated. SPX Pulse. Deep puts. Nvidia Pulse.
Sorry, I keep clearing my throat in your ear. All right, so Microsoft trying to turn back up. Axon still going. You see Axon? Axon, that's still going. Big move on Axon today. Big move on Axon. Caught that early. Caught a glimpse of that early. I was looking at other stocks. This is the top of the NASDAQ 100. Okay. So as a rule of thumb, whenever I'm trading, let me just show you what I'm looking at here. No, I want to go here. Let me move that over. Axon. Axon looks good. All right, Axon.
Size. Long dated. Deep calls. Micron Pulse.
Plus Brent's update this morning. I just remembered something on Brent's update. All of these single stocks are looking really strong. You recall what I'm talking about? Okay, so if you look at the Gamma update this morning, one of the things that Brent showed was this chart right here. Okay, so S&P 100 aggregate dealer side. Okay, this is a beta projected gamma map, and when it's dark blue, okay, the majority of stocks are moving higher. Okay, so you see there's very little red, no red actually. So this is giving us a very bullish look, even though all these calls are super blown out. They're still all looking very strong. Looks good. Which is telling you should be taking some. Okay, that looks pretty good.
Spider Pulse, long dated. Oracle Pulse.
Okay, we're coming back off the high. Tesla, high of the day. High of the day for Tesla. Let me just do this.
Sandisk Pulse, long dated. Size.
COTX.
High of the day. Okay, there we go. Okay, Tesla, high of the day. Should stay bullish going into the IPO, SpaceX IPO. A lot of people are anticipating that Tesla will continue to stay bullish. Occasionally, you're going to get these pullbacks where you could trade puts like Mondo did yesterday early. But he's a degenerate, so you got to understand the way Mondo trades. Okay, he can be in and out. It'll take him more time to explain what he's doing. A lot of times, I see Mondo getting in and out fast. So, he's trading on a Samsung phone. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but he's got a method. Unless you understand his method and his strategies, you shouldn't take his trades unless you understand what he's doing, basically. I like to use the 1 minute chart. And what I almost always do is I pay attention to, if you zoom in to the left side of the screen, you can see all the stocks from the NASDAQ 100 on the far left. Next to that is the S&P 500. And whenever I see these jockeying for positions, a lot of times I'll zoom into the 1 minute or a 3 minute chart. If it's oversold RSI, I almost immediately know it's going to be a good trade if I go long. In this case, everything is green up and to the right. So let's take Axon for an example. Axon, let me just get rid of this off the screen. Let me look at Axon.
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
Okay, I don't believe Axon got oversold, but it is very, very bullish. All right. So at the open, Axon was acting very bullish. Look at the strength this morning. Axon right at the open. Okay. So had you bought in the first few minutes, you could put a stop if it lost yesterday's closing level, right? At 392, basically 392, 391. You could put a stop right there. And you have a good trade there. Now, it doesn't always work, but what I find is if you pay attention to what the most active charts are, in this case, if you zoom in, you can see on the far left, Axon was the number one spot, both for the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500. So that automatically had me zoom in on that one particular position. Now that's moving around a bit. Best Buy is currently on top right now. Let's see, Best Buy. Okay, so that had muscle also. Don't see this very often. Muscle at the open, and it just keeps going. Extremely strong. Let's look at another one. Let's look at Palantir. Okay, Palantir was oversold at the open. Quickly takes off to the upside. You can put a stop under that first flag once it starts to turn. Okay, so Palantir, that was 134.50. It's trading up here at 139, so that's a $5 move. Let's look at a couple more. Let's look at ARM Holdings. That's been very bullish lately. Was oversold towards the close yesterday, and then it opened this morning, very strong. Okay, MACD had turned up, volume picked up. So ARM Holdings started out the day right around 310. That's at 343. What's Micron doing? Micron. Okay, so you can see Micron got oversold this morning right here. Good entry. Once you get the double bottom and it turns back up, put a stop underneath this level. Okay, so that's 908, 910, even if you bought at 910. That's a $30 move right there. I bought the 1,000 strike for December, right? January 1,000 strike. It's a ridiculously priced stock right now. It's a 100 percentile risk reversal, I believe. If we look here, let's see. Let me put in Micron. All right, you can see Micron up here in the top right. Okay, can't even. There you go. Maybe we can get to it here. All right, let me zoom in. Okay, Micron. Risk reversal rank 96%, IB rank 100%. So the chance of this pulling back is pretty high. The put call ratio is severely skewed to the call side. So you're paying up for calls. If you're going to buy any kind of position like I did, you're going to be buying spreads. Makes it cheaper. You can still participate. And I'm out of the money. So we'll see where that goes. Let's see. Micron. The 1,000 strike Micron. Let me just check that out real quick. I should have made a note of that. January, the 1,000 strike is a 62 delta. All right, so the probability of getting to 1,000, at least the way the options are trading right now, $247 per contract. All right. So you're going to pay up for these $24,000 for one contract. So the best way to trade it is obviously to do a spread, call spread. All right, there's 4,222 contracts at the 1,000 strike. And there's 156 at the 110 strike. So half of those are my trade, half of them. 10 in the flow. So I bought 5 of those. But the markets are really ridiculous right now. So I'm still participating. I'm just not doing it with shares. I want to have a defined risk trade. I want to know exactly the maximum I can lose. And at this point, with the put call ratio being as low as it is and the risk reversal being as high as it is, the only way I'm going to trade these like Micron is to do spreads. Because a move lower can kill my position pretty quickly if I'm just straight calls. Micron's still going though. Axon, oh wow, that's just looking great. Axon just keeps going. Very exceptional day today. I don't know if you guys and ladies are paying attention. I'm sure you are. Yeah, nice trade, Michael.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
Yeah, Michael, my brother from another mother. Absolutely. Oh yeah, yeah, because they're getting in. Yeah, Joel, they're getting into AI and energy for data centers. 200. What are you going to do? You're going to do June? I would go out to July.
DTE, call side. Size.
CHRN. UMAC.
Mhm.
CHRN.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
UMAC.
SPX Pulse.
POET.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
INFQ. UMAC. POET.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
ONTS. SITU. ONTL. INFQ.
Yeah, Michael,
UMAC.
that's a no-brainer. You sell, put credits, pour enough out of the money, you make some nice change. When the markets are purple like this, there's no way we're coming back in a big way. So if you're just judicious with where you sell, all this purple in the background is just telling you that the dealers are going to support the markets. I mean, look at that. That's gorgeous. Gorgeous purple. Deep purple, as you would say, deep purple. Okay, so Brett's going to be on at 1 o'clock. Let me tune in to Brett here. Let's see. Okay, so we got. I wonder what Wapner's going to say today if he's on. And poor Tom Lee with that position he has with what was it, Bitmine or whatever it is. I feel bad for him.
I think this is very good for beyond just Snowflake itself and Snowflake shareholders. I think this is good for sentiment
AMD
because we
Pulse.
basically had
Long
a
dated.
one-way trade
Deep
in a
calls.
lot of technology
Meta
stocks
Pulse.
that were deemed to be, for some reason,
Meta Pulse.
on the wrong side of the
Here in Meta Pulse.
and Snowflake kind of got lumped into that where they said it's too expensive and it's unclear what their exact position is going to be in this ecosystem. Everybody understands why it's a bull market for what Snowflake does, but there were questions around it because it's lumped in with all these software stocks. As a
Sandisk
result,
Pulse.
money comes out of
Long
the ETF. This is one of the
AMD
names that
Pulse.
gets sold.
0
Twice,
DTE,
they're shooting
call
first,
side.
asking
Size.
questions later. And then all of a sudden they come out and they say, not only are we alive, we are doing better than ever, and we have this partnership with one of the top 3 names in AI and data centers, Amazon. And look, now it's time for you to actually think about the future for Snowflake and not lump us in with all of these other potential disruptors.
Yeah, it was a great trade. Gershner, Josh Brown, Nick, a lot of you in the trading room were long Snowflake. That could have been a disaster, just like Zscaler. So you're taking a chance to make big money, and that's exactly what happened with Snowflake today. That was a good trade. Anytime you get a trade, anytime you get a stock that moves above the 50-day, please let me know if I'm not paying attention to it. Okay, because when the stock moves above the 50-day, that's a critical level for me. Let's see, App 11 was one, right? App 11 moved above the 50-day about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Bollinger Bands got tight. That's where you want to buy options when the Bollinger Bands are tight, because when it explodes, your implied volatility goes through the roof. 20, 30% goes to 100%, and you're making money on top of the price action as well. Axon, that's another one. Axon moving above the 50-day right here. Bollinger Band squeeze. It's only day one. So think about it. Day one. This is probably going to be up here near the 200-day soon. What's another one? Meta. Meta just moved above the 50-day yesterday. It's not going to go straight up, but the fact that it's above the 50-day is a big deal, at least to me, the way I trade. What's the S&P doing? Well, the S&P obviously is trending. It moved above the 50-day back here in April. Okay. What's the New York Stock Exchange doing? New York Stock Exchange trying to break above this pivot. We know that 23.4 is a major level. Okay, 23.4, 23.5. Okay, so once it moves above these levels, you got the 50-day turning up, 921 day. I don't know. It's kind of hard, right? 9 weeks up. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, that's the New York Stock Exchange. What about the industrials? Dow Industrials, INDU, making new all-time highs. What about the equal weight? RSP, making new highs. Tomorrow, right now, we're about to take out the yesterday's high. MACD stochastics rising. I mean, what else do you need to take the trade, right? Here's an idea. Here's an idea. If you trade options, think about this for a second. You take an Oracle trade. Let's just say Oracle. Okay, you take Oracle, you buy 5 calls. You make 100%. You take half off, you let the rest run. Now, when you take the profits, why not double up with the size? Instead of going 5 calls this time, go 10 calls, right? If you enter properly, you're using the 1-minute chart or whatever is your strategy you're using, the market continues to move higher, Oracle continues to move higher, and you make another 100%, you take half off. You let the rest run. Once you take profits on that second trade, instead of taking 10 calls, maybe you take 20, and you keep doing this until the trade fails, right? A lot of times I'll do that with rolling calls up, right? Let's use the example of Chevron. Chevron back over here in January when they did the whole Maduro thing, right? We went from 155 to 160 call spreads. Okay, I had 10 to start with. 150, 155, 160. Once it started to break out, I took profits on half after we were up 100%. The next trade, I took 10 calls, did the same thing. I rolled up some, I took 10. The 160, 165s, I know you probably remember this trade because it worked very well. We kept doing that, kept doubling up the calls until we got to a point where everything fell apart. Okay, we took the trade off and we made a bundle of money on Chevron. Just using a simple strategy. Start off with 2. Let's say you start off with 1 call. You start off with 1 call, you make 100%. You let it go to 200%. You buy 2 the next time if it's trending. The next time you buy 4. The next time you buy 8. You just keep doubling it. You're starting off with an original amount. Basically is what I'm getting at. You start off with, I don't know, $1,000, and you keep doubling up until the trend stops and you're able to get out. You know, you're always taking profits off though after you've made it to 2 calls or 4 calls. Now when you take profits at 100%, you take half of that money off, you put it on the side, you take the other half, you double up your position, and you just keep doubling it until the trade stops when RSI turns back down. Now, not every trade is going to work this way, but it's just a strategy that works very well for me. It's what I do very often. I keep telling you, I'll roll up and out and continue to do that until the trade stops working. Just some food for thought. It's not for everybody.
Pulse, long dated.
I plan on doing that with my son. He wants to learn how to do options, so I'm going to do that with him. He did it with Nokia. We bought the $5 call Nokia back last year when Joel first mentioned it. Spent cattle. Okay, Joel mentioned Nokia back last year. I know there were some other people that were mentioning it too, but Joel mentioned it back here when it was trading like $4 and change. And we bought the $5 call. My son bought it, and he made over like 250, 300%, I believe, on that trade. He didn't get back into it, but he wants to learn how to do options, and this is a good way to do it, right? By doubling up your position, take half off when you hit 100%. Once it doubles up again, once it gains another 100%, if you're able to get it, you take another half off, you double up on your position, and you just keep doing that. This stock just keeps going, Nokia. All right, so we started this down here last year when Joel first mentioned it. It was trading right around $4.55, $5, right, Joel? It quickly ran up to 8, and then for a few weeks, it didn't do anything for like 10, 12 weeks, and then it finally broke out. I know Frano's been in this too and a bunch of other people, but look at the volume too. You're above the 10 EMA weekly, getting a little extended, so it's due for some consolidation. All right, BlackBerry's another one Joel brought to our attention about 3 or 4 weeks ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, something like that.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
Yeah, we missed you, Lee Star.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. VIX Banger.
Yeah, he was really good about leaps. Rick was really good about leaps.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Yeah, that was his style. He liked 50% fibs and not to reduce all the things that he did do. 50% Fibonacci's intraday. He had a really great strategy on that. Never did tell me exactly how he learned it. I think he said something about
NVIDIA Pulse.
from an institutional investor or something like that. It works together. The 50% retracement works together with the 1 minute chart. Okay, so a lot of times stocks will get way overextended on a 1 minute, but they're still very bullish. Like here's SNDK. This morning it was oversold right around 9:45. Great entry. Great entry. And look where it went. Okay, Axon didn't get oversold. It actually took off with muscle early in the morning. But these 50% retracements, let's see if we got Tesla 50% retracement. No, not really. Microsoft, let's look at some of these. Microsoft. All right, so, some of the things he would look at, Rick, very good at this, at the open. Oops, not that. At the open and the high. Okay, looking at for a 50% retracement. We got close right here. But the whole idea that RSI can get oversold, it works on the same concept. MACD stochastics turns up, you know, you get this little pullback from the closing level to the high of the day. Look for that dip. Once you get that dip, then you go long. Great setup. Yeah, I really missed that. Really missed that guy. All right, super helpful too with the new members. Yep.
AMD Pulse. Shenanigans.
All right, so Axon is still going here. Wow, Axon is just really making my day. There's a lot of stocks that are working, obviously. A lot of stocks that are working out there today. So I don't mean to exclude anything, but everything is working right now. Axon, big move. 390 up. Wow, that's a 50-point move. 50 points. Wow, that's beautiful. Okay, Axon still going. Axon plus 50 and still going. Gotta lighten up yourself.
Meta Pulse.
Yeah, that's a good quote. True. Like the time.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
Yeah, my favorite time was when he was roofing in flip-flops.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Guy was crazy. Thank you, Grover. AMPX.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, AMPX. Let's take a look at AMPX.
Size.
AMPX. What do they do? Pharmaceuticals, technologies. Amprius. Okay, looks good.
Spider Pulse.
1 minute chart.
Long dated.
Yeah, that keeps going. 1 minute chart keeps going.
Q's
Okay.
Pulse, long dated.
Let's see.
0 DTE, call sign. Size.
High power lithium batteries.
SPX, long dated.
Going live today, just about a month from the official launch of that
AMD
program, which
Pulse.
means wanted to hear from Brad Gerstner today. He's with us now as we do count down to July 4th. So we're making these incremental milestone steps towards the big day. What does this mean?
Well, Scott, it's taken us 4 years to get here. Great to be here with you guys. But today, the Invest America Trump Account app launches in both the Google and the Apple app stores. Remember, this is a Treasury account app, totally trustworthy. Like Social Security, it's going to be here for a very
AMD
long time.
Pulse.
You need to make
Shenanigans.
sure that every child you know, if you have friends who have children, make sure that every child goes
0
and family
DTE,
goes and
call
downloads this
sign.
app at either of
Size.
the app stores, okay? Every child under 2, remember, is going to get $1,000 automatically funded on
0
July 4th. Most
DTE,
kids
call
between
sign.
the age of 2 and
Size.
10 will get at least $250. If they're in a state like Connecticut, they'll get $500, or Indiana, they'll get $500. And kids between the age of 10 and 18 get a free lifetime 401k, right, that they can compound it, where employers are going to be adding money into those accounts, etc. There's no investment decision for the parents to make. All the money that goes into these accounts will be invested in the best 500 companies in America. They will be direct shareholders, a little bit of NVIDIA, a little bit of Microsoft, a little bit of Walmart, all the companies that you talk about every day. We're going to get all the people who have felt left out and left behind, what the president calls the Main Street agenda. Every kid on every rural block or every rural street and city block is now going to be a direct shareholder.
Yeah, they do. They make batteries there.
Today is another huge milestone in making
Grover.
this reality. You're still pounding the pavement, so to speak, too. I mean, you mentioned what's happening in Indiana, your home state, for those who don't know. On the state level, this has a chance to be pretty significant, too, for those that are going to contribute as well. This is not just a federal thing that we are going to talk about. Tell me more about that, because I'm not sure people fully understand that. So imagine this is a private investment account for every child in America. It can contribute to. Moms and dads can add $5 or $10. Employers can add money to. Philanthropists can add money to. If you start with $1,000 and just add $50 a month, that's $50,000 at 18. That's $175,000 at age 30. So I'll give you an example. I was in Durham, North Carolina on Friday. The mayor of Durham, Leo Williams, wants to get all 40,000 kids in Durham signed up for these Trump accounts. So he's threw a big event. I adopted the city, or the school, Murray Massenburg, 700 elementary school kids, and I'm putting an extra $250 into all of their accounts. I just talked to the principal. I said, if you get them all signed up, you tell me the amount of money that I need to send you, and you can deliver it via a QR code directly into the accounts of each of those kids. Everybody in America can do this for their local school. You just raise a little bit of money, you give it to the principal.
All right, AMPX, I bought 60 deltas.
Individual accounts. So think of this as an open source way for every community in America to get their kids off to a great start. Yeah, amazing. You keep us up to date on all of that as we run right up to the deadline, and they do have a countdown clock here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, which you probably saw when you were last with us on the Cerebras IPO day. Let's talk some stocks, because when you were last on, we talked Snowflake. We knew the earnings were coming. You had said you were still a huge holder of it personally, but no longer in your public fund. My goodness, what's your reaction to this? All you can do is chuckle when you look at moves like this. What's going through your mind when you see that? First and foremost, when I was on your show, I think you remember that I said, Scott, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, I said the data infrastructure like Snowflake, Databricks, and ClickUp, they're all in the token.
That's pretty funny, Corey. Yeah, that's a good story.
Tokens are consumed. It accelerates their core data business.
Yep.
I thought they would have a great quarter, and wow, they had a blockbuster quarter. Hats off to the team at Snowflake and to Sridhar for doing this. This is a very different story than software apps like, for example, sales.
There goes Microsoft. Microsoft on the move here.
With the AI model.
Tesla looks like it wants to go some more. Tesla.
33% growth, accelerating growth versus consensus of 27% growth. They took up their full year guide by more than their Q1 beat.
Don't
And
forget,
the massive beat really came from these two trends.
Ooh, what a day. What a freaking day here.
Sandisk
More
Pulse,
faster
deep
growth than the core.
calls,
And number
deep
two, their
puts,
products like Snowflake
spider
Intelligence
pulse,
and
long
Cortex
dated,
Code hit
Sandisk
critical
Pulse,
mass in Q1.
deep calls,
So I expect this growth
deep
to continue.
puts,
We're seeing it as well
SPX
in
pulse.
other companies that we own, like
App
Databricks,
11,
but Snowflake
APP, App 11.
very, very large personal holding.
Okay, just off the highs.
We moved out of it in the fund, Scott, because I'm in the business. I have to manage this stuff. Year to date, Snowflake is up 10%, even including today's
pulse,
moves. Compare that what we moved the money into,
deep
like
puts,
Micron, which is up
spider
200%
pulse,
year to date,
deep
or
calls.
ARM, which is up 200% year to date. So for our investors, for our shareholders, that was the right thing for us to do, even though today is an absolute spectacular,
Sandisk
well-deserved
Pulse,
blockbuster
long
day
dated,
for Snowflake.
deep
A couple
calls,
things. So you're
deep
not taking any
puts.
profits, for example, in the Micron, given the crazy move that we've even seen since we last spoke, just as you said 2 weeks ago. Let me deal with that first, and I have another question about Snow and Databricks. Great. So yes, we are actively managing our portfolio, Scott. I can't give you every tick and trade, but I will say with these parabolic moves, we absolutely are making sure that we're taking
Micron.
some of our exposure.
Looking for that to get going. Just need somebody to plug it. Nike. Nike looking good. Been adding to Nike. All right, it's another one. Okay, here's another one. Yet another stock that is breaking above the 50-day, squeezing. There's so many of these.
Zero DTE, Colfa, SAP,
Small, medium, and large. Okay? And when things are all washed out, when everybody's despondent like they were earlier this year over the start of the Iran war, maybe you take your portfolio to a large position. When everybody gets euphoric, you may want to take your portfolio from that large position to a medium-sized position. In my parlance, I call it 369. 30%, 60%.
Nike's another one. Here goes Nike.
When we see these types of moves, we take a little off the table that we can redeploy when we see volatility in the market. That's our job. So back to Snowflake for a minute, because you put it in the same category as Databricks, which you're an investor in, obviously, and we wait for that to go public too. To what degree is Snowflake, to use the words that Kramer used this morning, coming after Databricks? The competitive angle now, what does that mean? Well, make no mistake about it. These companies have been competitive from day one. They're run by incredibly competitive people. They do very similar things. But at the same time, this is one of the largest TAMs the world has ever known. Intelligence. Every small, medium, and large business in the world is going to consume more tokens in the future, more intelligence in the future. So there's plenty of big TAM for both of them to grow very quickly for a long period of time. But they're going to battle it out. I don't think it means that one's going to win and one's going to lose. And don't count out ClickHouse, which may be the fastest growing of the bunch, which is also one of our shareholdings. We fundamentally believe that data is the oil that runs the AI engine. And these are three of the most important companies.
99%. We're right at it right now, right? 75-70.
Josh Brown, if let's say a hypothetical CNBC viewer with $100,000 in cash,
75-70.
they want to put it into the market.
Okay, where's the S&P? I would take some profits off. Maybe leave a couple on in case the markets do alley-oop, and just take out everything. Another 7 points.
Hitting the market at the same time. What would you tell that viewer who's saying, yes, I want to invest. Yes, I understand I shouldn't time the market, but I feel like there are 3 asteroids headed for Earth,
and maybe I should wait till after. Well, how would you think about that if you were that viewer? Yeah, Josh, great question, and I loved your earlier commentary on Snowflake. Let's just say this. Today is not the day that you shove all in on the market. Go back to the heuristic I used, 369. And let's say you have zero in the market today and you want to put $100,000 to work, then I would put three, right? I would put 30% of that to work because you have to start at some point, and then you wait for your moments. Yes, we have incredible IPOs coming, starting with SpaceX, rumored on June 12th. Hopefully, I'll be back at the New York Stock Exchange with you guys. It's going to be an incredible IPO. It's going to raise about $75 million. Okay, so if Altimeter, if we do want to buy the SpaceX IPO, I've got to raise that money from somewhere. So I've got to sell some other stuff in order to buy SpaceX. That's just the way it works. We don't have unlimited capital. And when Anthropic comes public in the fall, or OpenAI comes public in the fall, I'm going to have to sell something else to buy this. So your point is certainly correct. But the only thing I would say, Josh, is remember the depth of our capital markets. I mean, we're talking 100 trillion relative to $75 billion. So in the grand scheme of things, I think particularly because we're going to have early adoption, early inclusion in the index for SpaceX, I think there's going to be enough capital to do that. But the bigger risk right now is simply that we become a long way quickly, right? We could have a 10 to 20% consolidation in the stocks or these other technology and AI markets, and that would be a run-of-the-mill consolidation. So you want to make sure that if you're watching at home, you have some cash on the sideline. So when the market comes in, the secular trend doesn't change. AI is where you want your money, but you have some more dry powder to buy those things.
Look, the one thing I'm thinking about with the inclusion of the indices, and Brad, I'd like your opinion on this, is the weighting in the indices, because they're going to have a market cap, SpaceX, $1.5 trillion, and yet at least with the triple Qs, they're talking about something like 3 times the float. Do you see any discrepancy in that? Does that lead to more upside if the float becomes bigger and they can add more to the indices? Just curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've seen a lot of analysis on this, Jim. It frankly is a little too complex, I think, for most of the viewers at home and even for myself. I'm not going to try to game that. All I know is this. There's no human being on the planet that is better at turning electrons into tokens than Elon Musk. All right, let me say that again. Because we focus a lot on the launch business, we focus a lot on the communications business, right, which is Starlink, which we all benefit from. But Elon is building the biggest data centers on Earth and eventually in space of anybody, and nobody is better at turning those electrons into tokens. That is an extraordinarily valuable place to sit. He just struck a huge deal with Anthropic. I think more deals are to come, and that, from my perspective, totally changed the game.
Nike,
I knew that
NKE, Nike.
was great. I knew that Starlink was great, but that alone would not justify the valuation. Him building the data centers which are going to power all of AI, and him then using those to train up his own AI with incredible team, NVIDIA Cursor, I think is a total game changer for the IPO and puts them in a really good position. Wow. Okay, you come sit with us mid-June. We'll do what we did for Cerebras. That was fun, and I appreciate the visit today. It's great to be here. Everybody go out, download your Trump account, right? This is forever for your kids. Get them on the right path to compound it. Make them a shareholder in America. Thank you, Scott.
The one negative I find is I hate to use the word euphoric, but I'm feeling pretty high right now on the markets. That's usually a sign that I need to be taking some profits off. Still participate, but take some profits off. You know, Jerry, show me the money. Dude, you see this market is going ballistic today. It's like insane. Now, let me just mute this for a second. All right, I was just telling him about Robinhood's agentic AI. He's doing so well. His account is just great, 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 great.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Nike. Let me see. Nike. 200 days. That's 61.
We're back on Halftime Report. I'm Angelica Peebles with your CNBC News Update. A federal judge declined to block President Trump's executive order that tightens rules on mail-in voting. The judge wrote that the Democrats who sued brought the case too early because the government had not implemented any new rules or produced flawed citizenship lists. The judge noting that Democrats could ask for an injunction after federal agencies take steps to implement the executive order. U.S. forces deployed to war zones have been targeted using commercially available location data. That's according to a letter from U.S. Central Command viewed by Reuters. Democratic Senator Ron Wyden sent a letter to the Pentagon accusing it of failing to take basic steps to protect U.S. military personnel from counterintelligence threats. And the European Union has fined Temu 200 million euros after an investigation found the Chinese discount retailer failed to protect consumers from illegal products. Preliminary findings last year found that Temu sold high-risk products on its site, including baby toys and small electronics, that didn't comply with EU consumer safety rules.
Yeah, I never buy anything off of Temu. That just gave me the heebie-jeebies, as they used to say back in the 60s, I guess, 50s, 60s. Apple, turn it over. Okay, some stocks are starting to pull back.
So Porterhouse is a separately managed account strategy that we employ for clients at Fidelity and at Schwab. It's not all of the client's equity exposure. It's a portion where we're trying to do what we talk about a lot here on the show, own the best stocks in the market. It is systematic. We've built this with Franklin Templeton, which is a $1.7 trillion asset manager.
AOSL.
Try to take this idea of
AOSL. Yeah, that looks good. I like it. 3,000 of the 60 calls. June. Okay. AOSL. Okay, coming off the low. Yeah, AOSL.
Right now it's only 58 names. That will flex as the market trades well or poorly, but that's around the sweet spot for a bull market. 40 names on the low end. It's got its own built-in risk management, so we don't turn winners into losers. And I think the most important thing I could share about Porterhouse is how difficult it is for stocks to make that list. You've got to have a lot of things. We're looking at the way stocks are behaving before and after they report earnings, the 3 days before, the 3 days after. We're looking at not just the uptrend, but the slope of it. We're looking at a lot of different relative metrics when you talk about strength. Well, how strong? And how strong compared to other names? There's a lot that goes into that to make sure that we only own the
the porterhouse cut of the market. But it's been a lot of fun developing this, and clients are really into it. And you know, I appreciate everyone that came out to the launch party. It's just the beginning, but so far we're having fun.
Quick clarifying point, because when you were talking, the verbiage up there was talking about great cash flow.
Microsoft turning back up. Apple not following through. Let's see. Did I take any Apple off this morning?
So is it both technicals and
I
fundamentals?
think I did, right? Apple.
That's a great question. We don't want to buy
I
the
only
52 week.
specialize in great questions.
We don't want to buy the 52 week high list. We don't, oh, that stock's up. Buy it.
No, I didn't take it off. Okay.
We don't, right?
It's all right. Apple will be up again. AOSL.
We really want to make sure we're not only buying stocks that are trending
Nvidia
higher and have strong technicals, but there's got to be a fundamental backdrop, or else they can't get into the portfolio. It's been tried before. Obviously, there's a lot of people running some sort of version of this. I think what separates ours is we're not a relative strategy. In a market that's correcting, we're going to own less stocks as time goes on because we can't fill our slots with stocks that aren't going up. I think that's a really critical difference. It's not relative momentum to the rest of the market.
Nvidia
Either these are the best stocks or they're not. We would rather hold cash in those slots, waiting for new leadership to emerge. So, right, just because it's on your best stocks in the market list doesn't mean it's going to be in portfolio, vice versa. You do have one today that is in both. Yes. Yeah. So I wanted to talk about a name that is both in the best stocks of the market list, but also good enough for inclusion in the porterhouse strategy, and that is Edwards Life Sciences, EW. Company's been public since 2000. They were spun out of Baxter, but they've been around since 1960. This is literally the first guy to do an artificial heart valve transplant.
Okay, what do you want?
This is a huge player in that market. They've done
Zero
this for millions of
DTE.
people.
Call
It's a
sign.
med tech
Size.
company that is now starting to break out. You see it here about 87. Pull back the chart. I want to show people what I'm talking about when I say breakout. So you see there's been a lot of congestion at this level going back to the end of
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
Was $5,000 day? What does it mean?
All right. I was just chatting with my wife. The son made over 5,000 today. He's doing so good. Palantir, Intel. Wow. Alpha and Omega semiconductor, excuse me.
Long dated.
Alpha and Omega Semiconductor being pointed out by David. Looks really good. I bought the 60 call. Bought the 60 call.
Soft pulse. Long dated.
You gotta light up yourself. Man, we miss you, guy. Jeez, Lee Star.
Tesla pulse.
A picture of him, picture of him roofing on a metal roof in Florida, in flip flops. It just that took. It's like, dude, what are you crazy? He's on a second floor, on top of like a pergola. Remember that guy he used to do work for? He had a client near where he worked, near where he lived, and the client had this really huge piece of property, and he was a maintenance guy. He would maintain the properties for the guy, and he was fixing his roof. Some flashing or something like that blew off, or needed some work. So he climbs up on a ladder, gets on the second floor, metal roof, and a buddy of his is taking pictures of him. He's in flip flops, roofing like a crazy man. All right, Axon looks like it wants to go one more time. Axon. Market's looking especially special. I would not want to have no exposure to the markets. If the president approves this deal, I don't think the markets have reflected what it could do. It'd be a blow off top on a ninth week is what I'm thinking. So I want to have some exposure. So I'm looking at like 75, no, 7,600 now, 7,600. Not going to do it today because we're at the high right now. But if we dip a little bit, maybe we'll do something here. Brent will be on shortly. You gotta lighten up yourself. Ba-do-do-do-do-do. Not a Monticello beer, but it's close enough. You gotta light up yourself. Do-do-do-do-do-do. All right, so Vinny's singing. You know it's a good day. Only reason I don't sing on days that aren't super bullish is because I got people asking me questions, and you kind of get pulled down. I won't say our room is particularly special. I'm talking about outside of our room. I'll get friends will ask me questions or whatever, and that like the March April dip that we had. I had people calling me up. What's going on? The end of the world? And I said, no, man, no. You want to be looking for an opportunity here. I think it was there was a couple of people in the room, probably a couple of weeks ago. People in the room. I said something, and I think it was Schuster. I know it was Schuster actually. Schuster said, "But yeah, the dips create opportunities, right, Benny?" And I said, "Absolutely." So I'm not always singing, but in the back of my head, I'm always very happy because I know the markets are going to give us an opportunity. Kramer says it. I'm not great. I'm not happy about quoting him, but there's always a bull market somewhere, and it's so true. If you just know what you're doing. Yeah. So today is a pretty special day, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Most everything is working well. Even the pullbacks are getting bought. We got purple in the background, so that tells you positive gamma. Special. All right, let's see what the guys are talking about now. Anyway, just thinking about Lee Star. Guy left us too soon. He'd be in the thick of this, making trades. Let's look at one of his favorite setups. Lee Star. Okay, he had this setup that was really cool. It was called a slow-mo trade. You're familiar with. Okay, and all you're looking for is a crossover. You see the teal colored lines? When you get the teal color, when you get the crossover, you're going to buy a 40 delta or higher, 40, 45, 50 delta, and you're going to go out 3 to 4 months. So you buy at that time, back in March, April, when this turned back up, you get long a 40 delta. So June, July, August was one of the reasons why I was doing a lot of my trades were out in June, July, August or later. You take a June, July, August, 40 delta, whatever, and you just sit on it and just wait. I mean, we've rallied what, 100 points, 1,000 points on the S&P 500 or more? That's a lot. So if you take a snapshot of this or you want this particular setup, I can send you a stock charts link. All you need to do is bring it into your stock charts account. Go up to annotate right here. You go click on annotate right there. And then you immediately save it. A lot of times you may need to put something on it, like add something like a trend line and then save it. And then it'll keep this whole chart for you. You know, if he was still around, he would tell you he's been doing this for like 5 years. He started this about 5 years ago. Okay, and this next chart is the longer term version. You can see since 2020, the COVID drop down. He was before COVID actually. I think it was 2018 is when he started using this. But these are really well thought out, and the trade works whenever you get these to fire. And when they fail, you just stop out and you go on to the next one. Anyway, here's Nike at the high of the day. That's going to be working over the next several weeks. Nike. Okay. Short crude oil. Let's see what crude oil looks like. USO. Okay. That's starting to lose it. USO. Okay. So I am short, or actually long, the SCO. Long the SCO. Okay. This split 4 for 1. The option split 4 for 1. Or the share split 4 for 1. So this will move higher as crude oil moves lower. It's a pretty cheap way to do it. Okay, so you can see the split here.
Semis are in the process of getting a little bit wrung out in the near term in terms of the upside. It's pretty exploited already in terms of those trends. I think the idea of just sort of letting the pressure off of one of these names and being very selective in software. That's now the new line. Oh, these types of software, durable. The other type, we don't want to hear it. That's why these trade at 3 to 4 times the price of sales multiples as the former bellwethers like Salesforce.
I was going to go there. I'm glad you did. Yeah. It feels like we're getting a little more insightful and smarter discerning. In the way we're discerning. Yeah. Yes, a better word. Thank you. In the way that we're assessing these software companies.
We are, and once they prove it, right? I mean, 24 hours ago, nobody was willing to make the leap and say Snowflake is part of the club. But now they are, because they managed to show it. And as I mentioned earlier, too, the market caps relative to every other stock we talk about all day are very modest. It's $80 billion. It's kind of like, oh, that's cute, relative to.
Hey, Micron was cute a year ago.
20 semi companies is bigger than that, And so I think that's part of the equation here, too. And then non-tech. The best thing about a potential opening of the trade is that it hasn't happened yet, but it might. And I think the market's going to treat it that way until we get the real one.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, I'll see you a little bit later on Closing Bells. Mike Santoli with the finals after the break.
RCAT.
You're funny.
NTL. RCAT. ONTL. ONTS.
Spider pulse, long dated, deep puts.
All right. Axon continues. Wow, that looks good. All right, so that's up there. Needs to come back down a little bit.
Marble pulse, arm pulse, long dated.
What
Q's
time?
pulse, long dated.
Okay, AOXL at 11. Okay, that's right
Q's
there.
pulse, long dated. Tesla pulse.
Okay, Boeing looking good. Looking for that to follow through as well. Boeing, Nike looking good. What do I want to do with S&P's at the high? I can't buy it up here. I'm going to wait until 1 o'clock or so. I'll get a better... I want to take some call spreads maybe for tomorrow or Monday, Tuesday. Something cheap, but yet, like a 40 delta spread, 40 delta, buy a 40 delta, sell a 20 delta, something like that. Look for a news to come out over the weekend or tomorrow as far as the Iran deal. I have some shorts on crude oil,
Long dated. Deep
SCO. That's doing well. Oh, that's up a lot today. Holy crap. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
FCEL.
Micron pulse, long dated. Deep calls. BE Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
We'll run it back 3 o'clock. Liz Ann Saunders, Tom
Pulse,
Lee, Brian Belsky,
deep
Rich
puts.
Clare, and Jeff DeGraff. It's going to be a good one. Don't miss it. We're record highs again, and we'll see what this market does and where the headlines take us. Farmer Jim.
Wynn Resorts, this was a $130 stock before the war. Looks like we might be coming to a resolution. It's now at $100. There's your opportunity.
And you did buy more,
I
right?
did buy some more today, yes.
Okay, thank you. Don't bury the lead, Jim.
It's like 12:59 and 40 seconds.
Well, I know, but I'm managing that. Malcolm.
I'm going to Okta. Reports tonight. I mentioned before that in the world of agentic AI, we need chaperones in the room. That's Okta.
Service Titan reiterated top pick at Morgan Stanley, $118 target. From your lips to God's ears, Morgan Stanley.
Didn't see a 3.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Deep puts, Pulse.
Thank you very much, Scott. Welcome to the exchange, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans, and we have the S&P, the Russell, and the NASDAQ all hitting new highs after U.S. and Iranian negotiators
Nvidia
reached
Pulse,
an agreement
long
on a
dated,
60-day
deep
memorandum
calls.
of understanding
Sanders
to extend the
Pulse.
ceasefire and launch negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. Now, it still has to be approved by President Trump. Dow's lagging a little today. It's up about 0.1%. But the S&P is now up 0.6, NASDAQ up 0.8. Again, record highs for all of the major averages. The software sector is also broadly moving higher as shares of Snowflake are up 30+%, 37 now after earnings. The semi stocks are higher as well after yesterday's pullback. The Mag 7 a little mixed.
Okay, there goes Nvidia, pushing a bit higher.
Are now outperforming the Mag 7 by 60 points this year. But our first guest says that can only last so long. He says the Mag 7 are still stupid cheap here. Joining us on our opening exchange is Dan Skelly. He's the head of market research and strategy at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. Dan, good to see you. Before we dive into that, fresh headlines on Iran, memorandum reached, extending the ceasefire. Was this already priced in?
Yeah, and great to
Zero
see you, Kelly.
DTE.
To be fair, the Mag 7 isn't as cheap as when we made that comment about 2 months ago. But no doubt the market continues to look through geopolitical shocks and even domestic policy shocks like Liberation Day a year ago as pop-up bets. And the longer winding main narrative continues to be around AI and the resilient economy. Beyond that, I think the market has become increasingly comfortable that even despite elevated energy prices and now the rehash of inflation fears, that this is an economy that just isn't as inflation sensitive as it used to be, more services driven, high income consumer driven, and more AI spending driven.
Yesterday, as oil began to fall, it's falling, I believe, again at the moment. There's WTI crude around 88. We saw consumer stocks.
Robinhood, another one that looks like it's ready to go. Robinhood, I'm surprised it's not higher already. Robinhood, I'm going to buy some options on Robinhood. It's at the high of the day. Robinhood. Let's see. I can't buy it right now. Can't buy it right now, but I'm looking at it for potential trade. I'm going to put in, let me see what they got going here. All right, they got a lot of the 80 strike calls going for 540. Can't buy them right now.
So that could certainly be a boost to some of those types of business models.
A World Cup play. Okay, so let's kind of, having gotten that out of the way, talk about the areas where we're seeing just the most incredible runs, namely in the semi names, the memory names. What's your point of view there?
Sure, and so look, the dramatic narrow concentration in semis, IT hardware and power, i.e. anything that's tethered to first order spending beneficiaries from AI CapEx has been extreme. Something like 90% of the S&P total
Microsoft, Apple both bouncing. Microsoft, Apple bouncing.
Added some of these names to our portfolios in recent years. What we would say today, though, it's better to hold the developments and the dynamics we're watching, Kelly. At some point, will there be a catch-up in actual deployment of a lot of these chips that have been ordered in advance of the data centers being operational? Number two, will we see potential supply easing, either vis-a-vis a deal with China to give them more access to high-end compute and or domestic subsidies, which we've already seen? And then lastly, it's just about the nature and the changing technology itself. A year from now, will the training of AI models be as compute and as energy intensive as it is today? History doesn't imply it will.
Yeah, I mean, you rattled off what sounded like kind of obvious things there, but none of them are. I mean, pre-orders could be pulling demand forward in kind of the memory and chip space. You're saying might get more supply online, might get a China deal that adds to that. U.S. subsidies could bring more capacity on. The training could get more energy efficient. All of those, I think, investors have to keep in mind. So, does that push you towards looking at, say, a Mag 7 software? I mean, where in tech then do you feel like there is the most upside?
Yeah, it's a great question. And one of the things that stands out to me is through the first 100 trading days of this year, semis are up 80% on average. It looks a lot like 95, where the semi index was up 60%. But here's what's interesting. After 95, what happened? The pace of semi outperformance slowed and the rest of the market caught up. I think a very similar dynamic could play out this time around, where in the next couple of years, as the spending inevitably plateaus or even slows, that lifts an overhang for the Mag 7. Secondly, we see more and more Fortune 100 adoption of AI monetization in the earnings guidance. That helps sectors like healthcare, financial, and parts of consumer internet, and even big box retailers. And I think that's really where you actually see more index and diversified upside over the next couple of years.
It's an intriguing idea, and if that's true, can you get name specific, or how would you help people think about the next semi name that might actually be a financial or a consumer name or something like that?
Yeah, so aside from the stock specific.
All right, SPX, we're starting to hear some trades coming through, SPX.
Some of the survey work, some of the research our team and equity research has provided.
All right, I'm going to go out to Monday. We're at the high of the day. Can't do anything else, but I'm going to keep an eye on this here. June 1st.
Ago, 17% of those index constituents were referencing direct use cases for AI. 2 quarters ago it was 24%, and last quarter was 35%. So we're seeing that use case specificity.
There goes Robinhood now. Robinhood pushing a bit higher.
Sentiment on the consumer, not for the AI reasons you mentioned, maybe the oil relief there as well. Healthcare, manufacturing, asset management. Let's then end with the Mag 7 itself. And as you said, if we are going to kind of circle back around in the next couple of years, these mega capex years, and that number's coming down, is that the tailwind you're looking for?
Absolutely, it's part of it. I would argue that relieves the overhang that's existed for the past year or so. Secondly, it's a function of a source of new ideas. So maybe people taking profit on this dramatic semi run, staying within tech, going to parts of Mag 7. It's also a byproduct of seeing the Fortune 100 monetize the use case. So if more banks and consumer business models are actually saying our earnings are going up vis-a-vis AI, that's good for the multiples of Mag 7, which frankly, over the last 3 years have just stayed kind of flattish. Last but not least, Kelly, the biggest growth opportunity will be coming in new things. And it's no doubt space, robotics, autonomous, and quantum. And I'd be remiss if I didn't think those Mag 7 businesses dominate in those areas as well.
Well, earlier this week with the Knicks winning and everything, we were saying, is it like 1999? If you're saying it's like 1995, that's actually maybe even more intriguing. Dan, thanks so much for making the time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Dan Skelly with Morgan Stanley.
Intel turned back up. Intel.
It's taken some attention away from the stubborn inflation readings we have gotten lately. Today's PCE, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge.
Intel turned back up. Looks good.
Since 2023. Our next guest argues that Kevin Warsh's first move as Fed chair should be a symbolic rate hike, and not just because of inflation.
Is Brent on? What's going on here?
Sri Kumar, he's the president of Sri Kumar Global Strategies, along with CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman. Welcome to you both. Sri, kick us off.
I've been saying on your program for a while, Kelly, that they should increase interest rate, and I think the latest inflation number just bolsters.
Yeah, whatever. Axon's at the high of the day. Robinhood.
I think that the pent-up demand for the finals is something people are sleeping on, because not going to the finals in the world's biggest media market since '99 means not only is the casual fan raring to go, watch parties outside of the but you have celebrities as well. You have all these wealthy corporate buyers that are willing to splash out hundreds of $1,000s on seats, because a lot of these people have gone their entire adult lives without seeing something like this. So even though it's been a
well-written narrative that New York is raring for a championship, I still think people are underestimating demands. The other part of why Wall Street is pretty high on MSG right now is that obviously the playoff run boosts short-term ticket revenue, short-term sponsorships, merchandise, all the things that happen when a lot of people show up to a game. But I think a lot of the analysts are saying that
S&P turning back down. Let's see. Looking to buy this dip here. Looking to buy the dip.
Recording in progress.
Here we go.
What's up, everybody? Sorry for the late start today. I had a catastrophic tech issue. Kind of a funny story. I have a power bank with all my stuff plugged in. I have a standing desk I just got. I guess it's all right. I got old man back problems, so they said get a standing desk. I raised up the standing desk and unplugged the power bank, but I didn't know that. So for the last 10 minutes, I've been trying to triage why none of my monitors and my laptop won't charge just because the power cord got pulled out. So here I am. Like, how in the hell did this thing get on? I'm changing cables. I'm doing everything. It's like, Occam Fraser. Check the power cord, bro. But anyways, I'm here now. Thank you all for waiting. Pretty stupid.
All right, Brent's on from Spot Gamma.
Old AI background share like this. I don't know. Maybe some of you go too much Brent. I'll make Brent little up in the corner there. If you have any questions, Zoom toolbar, use the Q&A, and I'll make sure I get to those questions. Robin, what's up? I think you're the same Robin that was on last night, so I appreciate all those nice comments. Vinny, how you doing? Thank you. Thank you, Vinny, for all the tweets, too. Appreciate that. There's a Sparky in here. Mr. John Doe. Upside potential, let's take a look at that. Hey, guy. Mr. James, you're having a ton of issues. That is not great. So James, if you could, I don't want you to have to share your email here. Let's do this. I'm going to assume you put a support ticket in. If you didn't, email info@spotgamma.com. I'm going to, as soon as I get off this phone, as soon as we get off this webinar, or actually, I'll text now about it. Just 10-4 that you mentioned something and I'll text about. Okay. You guys are having some sign-up problems. I think you all know Simon around these parts, so I'm going to put you on pause 1 second. I'm going to email Simon.
Long dated, deep calls.
There we go. But anyone who did have a problem, email info@spotgamma.com. As soon as this ends, I will get on the phone with customer support and I'll get all that triaged, right? Thank you, James. I put you on mute so I could voice email Simon to make sure we're getting that stuff going on. Michael, you had luck, so that's great. All right, let's dig in now. I've wasted enough of everyone's time today, so we will get started with, I'm going to hit the level 10. Just kidding. I'm not going to do it. Trace. In the founder's note this morning, we mentioned 75.75, and that is still the major level on the board. You can see that strike right here. It is a 0 DT strike, and it's a biggie. We talk about the biggest OI that you want to see, 10K, that's solid. And so I think that this move will finish all else equal. That's the strike I want to look at, 75.70, right? 11,000 contracts. That is the magnet. So thinking that we're going to break out above that right now, not for today. Tomorrow, the next day, we can assess that. But for today, I got to bet that that's the max. And so that's the pin, right? And so if we look at the charm pressure, you're going to see the darkest red, the darkest blue. We kind of glide into this path. The other thing here, we talked about the seek and destroy algo. If you don't know what that algo is, go on YouTube, go Spot Gamma, seek and destroy algo. Look what Hero does on this alleged ceasefire news, right? We go from 0 to 6 billion, rip up into that strike. This is the biggest strike. It's the strike we identified in the morning note. No one knew, maybe somebody knew, but not me, that there would be positive news today, right? So there's no incredible foresight. This is what we talked about in the course we're going to be launching. Like, there's no credible foresight here. This is not Brent saying, I knew we were going to touch 75, 75, but if you give me positive news, then what is my upside target? Well, it was listed, right? And again, it's just what the data is telling us. And so what happens here? Hero gets bid 6 billion. That's pretty healthy for half a day. And then now what we're going to see, here comes the Brent forecasting part. Hero is the purple line. When we hit the level or get into this level, it's probably a little bit higher. You're going to see Hero come down or trend sideways. What is that? That's the options flow shutting off, right? If you've been a Spot Gamma subscriber for a while, remember you've seen this playbook, what, 7,000 times at this point? I don't know how many days we've been operating for. But this is the way this thing operates. Now, the only reason I would think that 75.70 doesn't become the number is if this position is closed up, changed, removed, something happens to it, or another big strike is entered, right? But all else, with all the information we know right now, that's the big one. And then look at this guy at 50. That's also a pretty big strike. 5K is what I will tell is the minimum to kind of be meaningful here. So that to me is a pretty clear support line. So how do you want to think about this? You know, do you want to do a $10 wide call fly? It probably doesn't pay very well, to be honest with you right now. What might be a more interesting trade would be just long the 75.70s versus maybe the 75.80s, but you're probably going to finish this thing and then plane out, right? So maybe what I would think about doing is starting with a call spread, 75.70, 75.80. This is just examples. I haven't looked at these prices. If we hit 75.70, then I'm going to immediately turn that into a call fly.
This is Zscaler, by the way.
And then I'll buy the
Just watching Zscaler.
Example, right? Or I'll buy the 7600 as an example, right? A broken wing call fly. That's the kind of way that I would be looking at this. If I'm trading futures, I'm just basically waiting till we get into that level, and then I'll maybe close my long position out. So it's by the dip mode. Basically, what you're doing is turn on charm, and then this is literally the path that I'd be expecting to play out today. And so
let me turn her off for now.
It is basically.
I'll turn her off for now. Where is that?
Chart, right? Pricing myself out of a job here. So those are big flows. Now, if we look at the single stock side, big numbers, you can see there's a little bit of delta selling off here, but I would think this dip gets bought and then we finish it at 75.70 again. What about the single stock side? Very nice, robustly positive. You can see the news here with the alleged ceasefire or whatever that nonsense is. Up we go, longer dated flow coming in, $3 billion. It's pretty healthy, right? Mag 7s doing okay today. It's not really that big. This has not been a Mag 7 trade as of late. It's still the AI memory names. Now we have the drone names. Now we have just this rolling vector of attack. And that rolling vector of attack, I call it, is important because when you see the risk-taking, right, the rampant risk-taking, that means we're not quite done yet. And so you can look at the Iran headlines, but while we're worried about the Iran headlines, there's guys and gals out there saying, I got to YOLO into this next thing, right? What's the next thing I can go into? And that is, you know, that's that late cycle behavior that I'm talking about.
Sandisk Pulse.
And so,
long dated. Q's Pulse.
You know, you look at that. We go back to the founder's note this morning. Positive gamma. This chart, it's like every single day, it's the same damn chart. And I'm just like, I guess I got to post it again. It's still positive. And you know, I try to think, can I make this more interesting than posting what looks like the same chart every day? But that's the way that it is right now. But it's important because it says that the market still wants to be supported. What about the aggregate map? Now, a lot of you have been asking about these maps. I think they're amazing. I love these maps. I'm trying to get the team to build these out and push them into the front end between me and you. Not that this is recorded and won't be seen by everybody else. It's going a little slower than I want. I may just go rogue and post them in a Discord. I'm trying to find the right thing to do with this, but we are working to get these out to everybody. What does this show? Darker blue is more positive gamma. Now, you may look at this and say, Brent, this is all just blue. Yeah, it's all just positive gamma. What does that mean? Single stocks are supported. I mean, there's nothing else to say about it. But this is also interesting because positive gamma, what does it do? It suppresses upside, slows the upside down, and it supports the downside. It straitjackets the moves. And if you look at the top 100, at least the Mag 7s, I would say, they're kind of throttled. You're getting a nice bounce in meta after because he fired a bunch of folks. I've been on the folks things lately. I think it was Obama actually said. Didn't Obama say something about folks? hilarious.
Micron Pulse.
Killed some folks or something. I don't remember what it is. I don't remember what it was. Anyways,
Bitcoin
this is not a political
Ponzi
statement, it's just
Pulse.
funny.
Micron Pulse.
So, you know, look,
Zero
Micron now is top
DTE.
10. So
Call sign.
that's
Size.
got to be incorporated in this map because it's in the top part of the S&P 100. But overall, still, it's just positive gain. But if you look at the positioning in the Teslas and
There goes Amazon starting to push a bit more. Apple, Microsoft. Yeah, everything's looking good. Snowflake at the
I
highs.
think there's going to be sell-off when there's just this much support. Now, if you crack oil to 200, obviously, then we're going to break and fall apart and blah, blah, blah. But all else equal, without significant headlines, then you just can't fight it. Now, on the single name blowout side, these were the winners of late, right? Intel, remember, last week. NVIDIA started to rip. SanDisk, obviously up again a bunch today. But the size of Micron trading is just staggering. Because it's now a $600, maybe $900 stock, the notional values trading in that thing are
Amazon turning back up. Do I want to do something with Amazon?
And this is something that I've started to sort of hypothesize on, formulate on a little bit today. And well, this is, I can't tell you what this is, but this is what I want you to look at. This is the premium size. Let me just make sure this is up there. This is the premium size. Ignore this. This is the sum of premium traded today. It's going to load for a second. This is something that Brent is vibing, so that's why you should ignore it. We're going to get we'll come back in a second to the premium traded today. That's why this thing is kind of garbage, because it's Brent's vibe code. Yesterday, as we mentioned in the founder's note, that through the first 45 minutes, I thought I put this in the founder's note. Yeah, right here. The premium traded in Micron was larger than the SPX. I mean, that's silly. SPX is like the untouched king. Now, by the end of the day, S&P had traded a lot more, and I mean, I can't imagine what the heck would happen.
Amazon looks good.
Stock to trade more than the SPX. No,
Amazon looks good. Amazon.
And I know some of you are asking about Core 1M.
Amazon.
So the interesting thing about that is,
okay, Amazon's going here. Do I have positions? Yeah, I do have positions. Let me just.
So I mean,
265, 275. I want to add to that one. Yeah, let me add to it. 265, 275. Amazon. I'm going to add to these July calls right here.
And then
Amazon.
What's the next one? Tesla? It's trading double Tesla.
Amazon. Okay, let me double up on this.
I have to fully fact check these things, so don't be screenshotting this and send it to
265.
I think the data is probably, it's certainly in the realm of right. But, we go to tape and we can confirm this as well. But, tape is going to show us a little bit differently. So if I just open up this drawer a little bit here and click SPX, you see the premium 1.2 million, and look at Micron, 2.9 billion.
SPX.
1.2 million doesn't seem like the right thing, does it?
Amazon turning back up. I just added to my 265, 275s.
I have to do some checking up on stuff. So, you look at the Qs here. Clearly got a problem. All right, everybody. I guess we should ignore tape and we should look at the options tape then. I got to tell you, I'll vent right here quickly. The worst thing as the founder of a company is to be discussing stuff on a live Q&A and then finding a bug. It's just like, shoot me. Anyways. Let's get back to the points. This is something that Brent has created himself, and so I can verify its authenticity. And what matters about this chart, I want to make sure that I explain this, and this will lead us to the Core 1M conversation, is this is the skew rank. So if you look at the scanners, you all know this, the compass, right? And if you're on the bullish side of that chart to the right, it means call IVs are rich relative to puts, right? So what I did in this case is I said, show me all the major stocks, which is, I believe, the top 100, and then show me the aggregate skew measure here. And what do you see? This is where we are right now, right? Now, July 2024 was a bananas time in, as I said in the founders note, this is when like Jensen was signing the ladies' tops and people were just, I mean, it was just one of the craziest periods, particularly with NVIDIA, that we've ever seen. And you can see we're now, the only rivaled period is kind of right before that situation, right? Now, what about the put side? The put side is
There
not
goes
as
Amazon.
as it's ever been,
Day
but
trade,
there's
Amazon.
more, right? That's not over. And you know, I didn't fabricate that conversation that I had with the sell side analyst. Specifically, what this guy does is he works for one of the oil producers, or maybe major like shipping centers. So they supply energy, for example, to like islands and things like that. So you know, this guy is like in the game. He's not just like speculating in terms of like, hey, I'm an oil trader because you know that's what's moving, and tomorrow I'll switch to NFTs or something, right? So the put skews, you know, in this situation, no, it just nobody cares, and so you know, such a fascinating thing. Now the IB rank overall, you can see is still relatively high here, and what's interesting about that is that's because we're ripping to the upside. And so, you know, you go and you look at this and you say, hey, scanners, show me what's up. Look at Qs. I mean, this is just, that's wild. IB rank of 41 in an environment where it's just stock up, fall up, and that call skew so rich. I mean, there has to be a very violent correction to this entire thing, just as a rate of change statement. And that brings me all the way back to the July 12th situation. And why I think you have this time frame for when this thing could get quite weird, right? So, you know, we just draw this out a little bit, right? We have obviously May OPEX. Another interesting development with this is that we have Juneteenth, right? So normally expiration would be on the 19th, but now we have Juneteenth, so we're gonna have a big OPEX data point here. So let's make sure we layer that in. So we're gonna add that guy onto the chart. The second one is then we have the SpaceX IPO, and I know you guys are watching me here do this, and you're like, well, Brent, why are you drawing these charts? Because I want to make sure that this is all lined up, right? So here are these two big upside levels. June OPEX could be one of the biggest.
Amazon going.
Ever.
Amazon.
The values are getting so, you know, driven so higher, so much higher. And so, why does this matter? The SpaceX IPO?
Amazon going.
I
just added to this one. When it crossed over here, I just added to it. Amazon. Right here, I added to it.
Okay, what does that mean? Well, if the SpaceX hits on the 12th, I don't know if that's 5 calendar days or 5.
Okay, Amazon, I just added to it as it crossed 270 and change.
The 18th. So that kind of gets to be interesting time frame, right? Did they add it before, right after? Looks like it would happen right before, I guess, if you just took the literal 5 days. The Qs, I think, now have to wait 2 weeks or 15 days, I believe. And then I don't think the S&P's officially announced what their holding time will be. But why does that matter?
Long dated.
Russell changed as well, DS. For all their indices, initially, they're going to allow that to go in. So all of these pension funds are going to have to add SpaceX. What does that mean? They're going to have to sell the other stocks in the S&P 500 to add this $1.7 trillion stock. Well, we're making a lot of noise about Micron breaking the $1 trillion club, and now it is a top 10 weighting in the S&P 500.
SPX pulse.
So now we're kind of inserting what is going to be, you know, a really big constituent into the index of all three of these things, which means that stocks overall are going to have to get sold. Now, is that enough to make the market crash? No, but we're also going to lose a bunch of stock positioning with the June options expiration. And then
SPX pulse.
I think this ceasefire thing is great. Like, I don't want there to be wars, obviously, but does anybody believe any of this crap anymore? And also, if it's just a ceasefire, but the strait's still closed, does that get oil flowing? I don't know. I mean, if they open the strait now, then maybe people can start to ignore that. But you all are probably like me. You try to listen to every energy-related trader podcast thing, whatever, and you hear this mid-June thing from a lot of people. Not just Brent's friendly neighbor, where it's like you can't paper over the lack of energy. And his comment was, well, like Australia is really short, and then they started getting oil from the U.S., so maybe the U.S. can keep going. I really don't know, but the alleged shit hits the fan with that would be mid-March. Like if you listen to Macro Voices, which is a good podcast, they have a lot of energy traders, and they'll point that out. Maybe the energy thing turns out to be nothing. You could still end up with a situation where this is the big time frame here, because these call values are going to come off, you know that some stock has to get sold for the SpaceX situation, but you also know that they want to pump this into the SpaceX situation so that we're at all-time highs. You get the retail investors coming in because they got to take down apparently up to 30% of this thing. You know, all of these different kind of things seem to be maybe colliding here. And what would make this kind of like, I think,
Z-scale, if we keep this up, we might see an outside day today.
If we can get that full Core 1M squeeze into that event. Now, some of you have adeptly already pointed out that this Core 1M metric is quite low, as you can see here. And this is down around 8. We're not quite below 8, but for those of you who've been around for a while, you know that when this thing gets below 8, I basically automatically start adding shorts to my portfolio. I don't go all in, but I'm going to start adding put spreads, QQQ risk reversals maybe, right? Because that call skew is so high. Now you have to be careful here because what happens in these situations is you can have things be wild for a while. So if you think about July 2004, look at what happened here when Core 1M went below 8. It plummeted to 3. When did it pop? OPEX. But look how, I mean, it got crazy for a month, right? And so this is what I'm saying. I'm going to start piecing into some shorts. The other part of this is that if you go full bore short and we keep memeing, right? Like we're probably likely to start memeing into SpaceX. Like let's say we go below 8 tomorrow. Like Brent said, I have puts. I'm not going to shove my whole portfolio in. I'm going to start adding a little bit. But the other part of this is that you could still miss some tremendous upside in that same scenario, right? Because why? What's happening? What drives Core 1M lower? Single stock chasing. So I still think, you know, we're clearly in chase mode here, but you want to start legging into some of those interesting moments because all it takes is a tweet, a subtle shift, a little thing to pop that bubble. And remember, it is that Core 1M, we've talked about this in previous webinars and all sorts of things. It is that insane call situation that led to, in August of 2024, the VIX printing over 60, right? I am super confident that is that excessive upside and that ferocious call buying that led to the VIX 60.
Long dated.
And that, you know, that stuff was critical. And so, you know, if you're sitting here saying, well, Brent, who cares? That July 24 situation, you know, it looks like a speed bump now, but when you were living it, it was nasty. And so this is what I'm talking about. Here's VIX expiration, and look at that. Down we go. This was a 10% decline, if I remember correctly. Bam. We made this low here right after the VIX printed 65 because like the risk premium went full on the other way, and then suddenly it's like, great, I got to start selling this equity vol because it got too rich, and then obviously we kind of move on, right? So this is that kind of situation that I think is going to manifest itself right into that June timeframe, that June period. You know, take a look at NVIDIA when we were talking about the rate of change of NVIDIA and how bananas. I mean, that was the stock of the moment, right? And I think that stock of the moment right now is clearly Micron. And so what do I think happens with Micron? Maybe Micron has a 9 PE and it's totally validated, but it's the rate of change that's a problem. So if you look from January 2024 and we go to
This is Brent from Spot Gamma speaking.
Again, look at that date. OPEX, right? That's 180% in a year. And again, that's insane, right? But what happened to the stock? It dropped 53%, right, over the course of a month. Now, you go, well, later on it finished higher. So if you're a long-term investor, it's like, okay, great, Brent, who cares? Because ultimately it turned out to be right. But this is the situation I think that we're going to be seeing in
Micron, looking for that to turn up. Micron.
The rate of change, the explosion of call values, all that is leverage that forces all of these things up at an
Oracle, what are you
fast
doing,
rate.
Oracle? Yeah, that looks
And then all of a
good.
sudden you go pop and those positions come down and we have the unwind. And it's literally a reversion to the mean. I mean, if you look at this and you just draw a fancy line, like, you know, that's all that is really, right? Mean reversion. And so if you want to do the same thing with
Oracle.
Like or a SanDisk or whatever.
Here's Pony.
I mean,
Pony, Oracle.
Lines, I suppose, on this
Oracle,
chart,
nice breakout.
where you want to kind of figure out
200 days overhead at 205, 206.
But you start to get the idea, right? Like the rate of change in this thing has been measures beyond what even NVIDIA did in that moment. And so, you know, you start to draw some of these lines on the chart. and it gets, it can get pretty wild. Now, normally you would say, well, Micron is so small, who cares, right? Like if your random drone stock is up 50% and it's a small cap, okay, maybe moving the Russell a little bit, potentially. But now you're talking about a stock that, again, is trading more on a notional value than SPY, SPX. I mean, right, notionally, look at this. Bigger than the Qs, bigger than Spiders, bigger than Tesla, NVIDIA. I mean, that is bonkers. And that is just Micron. We all know the pairs trade. If Micron goes down, down goes SanDisk, down goes these other ones. And it doesn't have to be full reversion, bubble pop. It just has to be, reversion to the mean there. So again, with Core 1M, and I actually built a better index than Core 1M, and we're starting to share that. I have to run it fresh here because it's a little bit stale. It's like a day old. But the idea here is that what this is telling you, and if you back test Core 1M,
oh shoot,
you get some pretty good results. But again, it can take a month. In this case, I'm watching still about 2 weeks out, right?
Core 1M's at 8
2 to 3 months
or below.
Expiration, S&P puts or put spreads or the QQQs. We're talking about the call skew so rich. So, we may squeeze a little more. Do I want to sell Q puts yet? No, not yet. But that put vol is high, right? So how can I position for that? Do I want to start maybe looking at some Micron, like set Micron put flies or something like that, right? I'm going to start poking around and just legging in. Okay, buy a little bit, wait a couple of days, buy a little bit more, and then I'm going to be targeting if and when the SpaceX and the June OPEX comes in and we start to see that weakness and we get the confirmation that it looks like it's going to top, knowing that the positioning unwind could bring just such violent movement, that's where I would really start leaning into it, right? So we get a little bit of that weakness that lines up with this time frame, that lines up with my metrics having gone crazy, then I think
that's breaking out. Nike,
kind of negative unwind.
SoFi.
Is I think we're about now 10 days.
SoFi. All right, this looks like it could get going here. SoFi.
23 was last time we were at 9 days in a row. If you also remember in 2024, half of the charts that I was sharing with people was like all the banana stuff that was going on. It was like longest day without a 2% move, for example. I mean, the stack of stats that was just like, this is insane, right? Had really started to compound. And now this is all really starting to smell like that in a major way. And so, the trade here is timing that unwind. And again, it's dipping the toe in the water, small, still leaning long. But if we get that confirmation, then we'll have to start leaning into it.
Long dated. SanDisk Pulse. Deep puts.
Diagnostics. So I appreciate the offer, trader. Plug things into a wall is what I need to make sure I'm doing. What about my friend Tesla? Tesla has been still underperforming in my
NVIDIA Pulse.
We're at 441 right now. The gamma map on Tesla. Actually, I think I actually ran that. 1 second, please. For my friend Oliver, he had noted today that the put flow in SMH is massive compared to the call flow. And I said, you know what? I missed that. Let me take a look at this. And what you see here is a lot of a negative gamma in the SMH. A lot of that expires here on June 4th, interestingly. And so this is negative gamma. A lot of this is puts, as Oliver alluded to, and it shows that dealers are, in fact, short those puts. They have a lot of negative downside in the SMH. So this alludes or suggests to the idea that traders are using puts to hedge some of this downside, maybe. And so that is quite interesting because if you look at Micron or some of these other, you don't see that same downside. And then what about our beloved Tesla? It's just a lot of positive gamma, man. And so there's this little pocket of upside right here, but what seems to happen is it's almost like right before the negative gamma hits, they bump the stock down. It kind of seems to almost be what's happening here. But there's a little pocket of this thing to run today. The gamma doesn't seem to get much better into tomorrow. Remember, we got the Monday, Wednesday, Friday expirations now, so the gamma position can be a little bit bizarre in this name.
SoFi moving.
Over over into the SpaceX thing, if we can get up above the 450 level, right now it suggests we could run. We're meaning everything this is outside the options positioning, but it's like, how do they not try to move Tesla into SpaceX? Maybe they don't. It's quite possible. As far as 450 for tomorrow, you go back to this chart and you go, okay, well, this is where this little pocket of negative gamma is, and so we can digest that and I think move up a little bit. If we go back to sort of our normal metrics here, what do you see? Big bar there at 450, and I think that stays in play. And so yeah, the ability for us to kind of run up, and that seems like it should be quite easy. On net, we have negative gamma up through here, so if we can get that 450, I think we get over that, and that's going to be the kind of like all clear sign. But
there goes Microsoft. Amazon still going. Amazon.
NVIDIA and
okay, Amazon's still going here. Amazon. That was the buy right there. The ad.
This is a small capper, so it's a little tricky. A lot of negative gamma here, cleared up into 16, if not a little bit higher. So that seems where this thing could be running. What is this thing? This is their own name? There's no positioning down here until like 12. And so if you were going to get down here, then maybe you want to buy it. I guess if you like it and you're long, you're like, what's the upside potential? I guess 16 looks sense. I don't really have a 16 would be possible. It's a decent amount of gamma, as you can see here. We're in the yellow zone. So I guess I don't feel super strong about that one. We can do the calendarized maps for all Mag 7s, and that's what summed kind of in a way on that. Tomorrow's end of month, there anything stock and it hits at whether it's a rebalancing trade. I mean, the idea that you want to make sure you pump the market into the end of the month, I think is kind of a true thing. Could that bring some selling? I think it could certainly bring some unusual flows, particularly with the way that SanDisk and all these other names have run so much and you got to rebalance a little bit. So that is a good point, and maybe you do see just some short-term weakness, a little bit of consolidation and correction before kind of like the final pump. As far as like, I've looked at stats before in terms of end of month being significant, and it's very hard to pick out. And I think what happens is it's kind of idiosyncratic, right? Like, is there stuff that needs to be rebalanced in enough size? You mix in that with whatever oil news could be happening or what have you. It's a little tricky to kind of navigate. As of right now, I think you look at Trace and you look forward in time, so we just look at market makers here, and we look at gamma, and then we just look out in time. The map just shows us, we're now up in this area. It's still decent positive blue for tomorrow, and we still have a milder amount of blue. But that's $6 billion of positive gamma out there, right? It's pretty good. So could we drop 1% tomorrow? Probably buy that dip. And the way the positive gamma is positioned now, over 7,600, you go, hey, Brent, there's negative gamma up there. Yes, but what happens when we rally? They sell more calls, and it just adds more negative gamma. So I kind of just ignore this.
All right, so Amazon looking really good.
Because you know how they react.
All right, starting to slow down a little bit, Amazon.
Core 1M is, that's a SIBO metric, Dustin. If you kind of look under the hood, and what I did was I wanted to tweak it because the goal is to find an outlier situation, right? Like not an outlier.
Amazon's still going here.
Correlation is measuring obviously the correlation of the single stocks relative to the index, and this is based on an implied vol measurement. And so I think it's the top 50 stocks in the S&P. So that may be not capturing enough of what is actually going on for our terms, right? For our purposes, I think it's still a very interesting indicator.
Long dated.
What did I do? Just trying to find, where I had my version of that indicator, and I'll have to dig for it. I don't want to waste your time. But the point is that you can also look at the dispersion index, which is kind of a cousin. They're generally related. I mean, look how high this is, right? This is telling you how much or separately these positions are moving. And this generally happens in, you get a dispersion pop,
Micron pulse.
usually to
Long
the
dated.
upside, right? I suppose you could have a dispersion pop to the downside, but the situation with that would have to be like during COVID, for example, certain names are going to maybe have more downside than other names. So that's why you get the dispersion spike, I would argue, into the March situation. Like hotels, forget it, right? But delivery vans would be better because people aren't talking to each other. Medical situation, right? So this is quite stretched.
Amazon looking
as
good.
you can see here, for example.
SanDisk pulse. Micron pulse.
Micron turning.
Deep puts.
So I'm reading some of the comments there. Yeah, I mean, the idea that you just hit 70 here, like sometimes you're like, it can't be that simple, but people would just be like, I don't get it. And it's just sort of like, where's the big strike? It's like, well, it's right there. And there you go. You like tag it. Just a tick or two short so far, but I don't know why fight the math.
0 DTE. Call sign.
Yeah, this is starting to close up. So nice flag there, nice catch there. You see 75.70. We lost a little bit, right? We were a peak of 11,000. We're down to 10,000. So again, if that strike goes away, well then, do you want to bet on that pin anymore? No, right? No. So that will be interesting to sort of watch, and that is the unknown to this. Is like, does another strike come in? If not, I would guess that the position doesn't get fully closed out, but right now it is certainly starting to trend lower. And this is the advantage too of the 1 minute updates. Is that updates quite a bit faster. So you're seeing that shrink a little bit. Where your first signal that this is going to be getting closed would be a hero decline, right? If hero suddenly drops a couple billion, you're like, oh, I know what's going on. It's got to be this. And now the 1 minute update would be able to confirm that. Yeah, so kudos to Mr. DS on that one. And down goes Fraser.
Tesla
The thing about selling call spreads, maybe in the Qs, but I don't want to be short these microns and things like that. I mean, many of you know with AMD, I was looking at that stuff, and that just blew, it certainly didn't blow me out, but that was just not a fun trade. And I don't like, I very rarely recommend single stock trades like that, but the implied vols got so elevated, everything got so rich, and those trades just didn't work out very well. And so, in this moment, selling those spreads just doesn't make a ton of sense. Selling that call upside, even though it's just stupid rich, right? I think put flies or positioning like that on the non-index stuff can make sense. On the index side, the call skew and the Qs is getting pretty crazy.
Hedge flows continue to rise. We're just below 75.70.
Sell something, you got to give yourself a little time. It's also generally going to be safer to say, like, okay, like Qs are not likely to go up 10 or 20% in a day like Micron's been going up, right? So those are two different things. It's always funny too, because in these environments where things get a little quieter and we start to focus on single stocks, you all want to talk about single stocks. Yeah, Mike, I think what happens into this stuff is they sell, like new calls that get sold. So for right now, you're like, hey, are we likely to go over this? I don't think so. This is a big strike. My guess is that we're going to finish this level. Right? It is starting to get closed up a little bit. You can see it built back up. I doubt all 10,000 get closed. Typically, we don't see those all get closed up, so I would assume that this thing pins. Now, if it goes down, start to worry about that. But for the moment, I'm thinking those 10K stick around. If I had to rank the top 5 regime change signaled by
Service now, here's another one. 50-day change in direction.
41M is my first.
Market's making a change.
And again, I'm building like a little bit of another thing. The other one is, looking at scanners. These things all just relate to each other. It's like, where are all the names? And so if you look at the top stocks, I mean, look at this. This is, excuse my French, but this is fucking crazy. Because you're getting these call skews at 100% with the stock market already at all-time highs, right? Everything is over here. Everything. So the question to me is only, how much longer can this happen? And again, in the next week, you could get stupid upside, so it's scary to be short here. But this is why it's like, let's dip our toe in, put on some structures that are resilient in case these things continue to keep going up. You know, what does that mean? What time, for example? I don't want to buy next month's put. I'll buy maybe like a DEES put, right? Because if the market rallies more, the delta of those DEES puts will be a little bit stronger. You know, you look at VIX calls, the 20 strike calls, for example, for next month, you know, some of those kinds of things, right? Give yourself a little time. And can you sell some interesting call positions into call spread positions on the index? Yeah. Could you do a nice risk reversal in September probably, or August for the Qs? Probably, right? So again, this is a dip the toe in the water, leg into some bearish positions. You don't eat the whole sandwich at once. You kind of take a little bite and wait to see if your thesis start to play out. And then into that mid-July timeframe.
There goes Microsoft. Microsoft going.
I think really lean into the short side, and we'll be updating the risk reversal levels as well.
NVIDIA go time.
Stop levels as well. Right now, those are at 74.90. You see here, you know, if we go below the risk pivot, that's where I personally would start leaning into the shorts in a heavy way. Not right now, right? We're not there yet.
Soft pulse. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
When Trace and Hero are telling me opposite things, who do I trust? Well, Hero's going to show you intraday movements inside what is an overall map, right? So, you know, right now,
NVIDIA going.
We got to finish off.
Okay, here's us. Service now looks good, but here's NVIDIA going.
Different stories here. What is Hero telling me?
Nice turn here.
Direction I think the S&P is going to go within the context of, let's say, plus or minus 50 handles, right? We know what support is. We know where resistance is. And okay, blue positive gamma tells me we're going to stay in this range. Now we're going to waffle in that range up and down and up and down and up and down, right? And Hero's going to give me those up and downs in between in the context of this positive gamma regime. What does positive gamma tell me? Dips should get bought, but rallies should get sold. And I'm not talking about like selling 2%. It just means, great, we rallied to 75.70, but now with the positive gamma, we should start to chill.
Okay,
right?
Microsoft. Are we getting close to my max profit levels?
Well, if Hero starts going up and up and up and up, even though we're at 75.70, but Hero goes to like 8, 9, 10 billion, I'm going to call into question the pinning here. Now think about this. Gamma is 17.9 billion. So it's on a 1% move. What is the Hero move so far today?
Pulse. Shenanigans.
6, 5, 6.
SPX.
Which one's bigger?
NVIDIA's going.
18 billion or 6 billion? So that's that. Now, same thing on the downside. If we hit 7,500, I would expect the dip to get bought because that's our support level. What if Hero keeps going down and down and down and down? I'm going to worry about that support level, right? So you want to have those two things kind of sync up depending on what you're thinking about. How do you put EMAs on Hero? We are upgrading our charting package, so everybody please know that we're going to be changing this. But if you go into here, what you got to do is you put in SPX total all. And that gives you the symbol that you're looking for. So total all, it's a little bit of a pain in the neck, but now I have, because I selected total all in here. Now when I put on my indicator, which in this case is the EMA cross, now this is the Hero indicator with the EMAs on it. And if I need to see SPX against that, I have to add that as another symbol. So I'll put that on a new price scale, and there we go. Now I got red line, SPX, candle line, EMAs. The new charting package looks great. That's coming out a couple weeks now. We're beta testing it now, cleaning it all up. It's going to be much easier to do this. This was just too much of a, unfortunately, and TradingView is actually
NVIDIA running.
So it's an interesting organization I have to deal with. Netflix. Mr. Zoom user, Mr. Anonymous, or Mrs. Anonymous. So you see the other problem too with this is that you have to go in and rechange it. So I'm going to go back to this other view right now.
NVIDIA on the move here.
This has, in this today, negative gamma. I mean, look at how Hero's just sinking. And this is
NVIDIA pulse.
50 million. This is going
to be, I'm going to take some more NVIDIA here, but I'm going to do something a little different.
Negative on a day when everything else is up. A lot of call signs as well.
NVIDIA. All right, it's at the high of the day. Shoot. Wish I'd noticed this earlier. NVIDIA.
What is interesting about this here is we have 90 is this transition level between positive gamma, as you see here, with 75 being a very big strike. Kind of layer this up to these little pockets of positive gamma in here, and then when you get over 90, you hit negative gamma again. So what do I read by this? First order effect, this should be bought. This dip is how I would look at it. Particularly, you look at this 82 as kind of the next big cluster of positions. Now, if you are looking at the put wall, you flip to the other model, our old school total Y model, which still has some interesting value. And you see here, the put wall is at 85. Now, if you're saying, well, why is the put wall here at 85? Because this model is based off of all open interest. Every single put, every single call, where has the most net put gamma? It's at 85, and then the next strike is 80. So this as a support strike makes some sense, particularly if 85 lines up with tomorrow. Synthetic open interest is show me how the dealers are positioned against buy side, so against the hedge funds. And if they have positive gamma strikes, that means hedge funds sold.
Okay, NVIDIA looks good.
So we know hedge funds are short puts, hedge funds plus retail are short puts, particularly at 82. So small amount there at 85 as well.
Apple looking for the higher low. Microsoft looking good. Microsoft.
If you're long the stock right here, I would say stomach another, down into.
By the end of the day, we should have above average volume on Microsoft.
Ideally, I would think you would get this thing closer to 82 would be the dip I'd want to buy. If you want to sell puts below 80 or below 75, I think that could make some sense. But this seems like it should be supported. So being supported is different from this thing should bounce. I mean, for a name to be down today when everything else is up.
C-Web.
It's a little bit.
Wow.
Chase, I am not nuanced to all the individual deals. So if you email info@spotgamma.com, they can set up or answer those questions for you.
Meta looking for that to turn. Meta.
There's a good environment for callers. Yeah, I think it's an amazing environment for calling positions. 100%. I mean, of course, you risk giving up some more stupid upside, but all of the metrics here are like, they haven't flipped to red yet in terms of risk, but they're like yellow. It's like that moment where you're like, oh, the light's flashing yellow. Like, I'm gonna stomp on the gas, right? And like get through the light. And I think that's what everyone's doing right now. They're trying to get through this light. And the collars are just getting so rich. I've been looking at some of these names, trying to find like collars where it's like, let's sell 125 delta call or 115 delta call, and can I buy like 2 puts, 215 delta puts, for example? Kind of poking around some of those ideas.
Okay, futures trying to break to the upside.
How do you decide when to take profit for just holding the expiration? I generally will stick to the synthetic open interest model unless there is an obscene move. And why do I say obscene move? Because
what's Adobe doing?
Adobe. Total OI is showing you the full positioning, the maximum possible dealer hedging flows that exist. So what do I mean by that? This is the call gamma, put gamma, in blue, and this is the call gamma for all positions here. And so if you think about this as volatility, right? The rate of change of gamma in here, how steep that curve is in theory how much hedging has to be done. Ton of hedging where those curves are vertical. And if you go to the extremes, in this case,
Amazon,
you look under 75, these curves flatten out. What does that tell me? The most extreme interpretation of the hedging flows say that under 75, dealers have nothing left to do. Right? These curves flatten out. So sometimes after an earnings, we check Snow, for example. If it flattens out, I got no reason to think that this move would continue. So if Netflix just went full crazy over 110, it's like those curves start to really flatten out. The velocity of the move should come down as well. So let's check that for Snowflake and see if
Amazon's still going.
Here. Now these curves clearly are different than Netflix in that there's under the put wall, you can see those curves flatten out very quickly, right? Into 140, certainly by 125, those are gone. This upside is interesting, right? Because you go and you see up into here, right?
Sandisk pulse.
This is where that curve, and I'm kind of just cherry picking where maybe last big strike is. Clearly there's a decay function to that call gamma, but what does that look like to you? It's kind of interesting, isn't it? 245, certainly by 260, that's flat. And where did the stock kind of stop going up? You see this a lot after earnings, that it's just like, this is where the move exhausts, right? What's reporting tonight? Anybody know? And look. So we got Dell Costco tonight. So let's just play this. Let's just play a game and see. You know, you need a 20% move. That's very rare, or some kind of big move generally to kind of stress test these levels, right? But stock now at 323. So we're obviously trading right in this, right in here. This thing doesn't tail off
Axon still
until
hanging on to the highs.
375,
Axon.
380. So that would be my most extreme. Now, that's a huge move. I'm not saying it's going to do that, but if we do get that move overnight, like, is that where I'm going to start saying, okay, this is too rich? I'm like, yes.
Long dated.
Not to the downside. It's a real glide, isn't it? You got to go way down.
What is Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin.
Now, what about Costco? Costco clearly
Bitcoin.
11. Right? No doubt about that. They're huge call wall, and those levels really flatten out under there. So those are kind of like the most extreme upside. Again, 10% move in Costco to get up in that area, 10% plus. Very unlikely, I think, but that's how I would use that to read that. John Doe, thank you, sir, for those.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Bloom Energy, this is a lot of positive gamma, which is an interesting thing in a lot of these stocks where you're seeing the positive gamma layer in, which should suggest less kind of volatility. This is a decent amount of positive gamma, but people are clearly just short a lot of these strikes. I think what's starting to happen now is we're starting to get the vol traders to come in, and the dispersion traders are starting to come in saying the single stock vol, let's start to sell this. And maybe hedging the stock and whatever. But these vols are starting to get so rich. I think
Amazon, Nvidia, Microsoft all looking pretty strong.
That's what my
Okay, Amazon.
These are just clearly strips of.
Okay, buyers definitely showing up at the low of the day. Does it break out today, tomorrow, Bollinger Bands, or do we stay inside the Bollinger Bands? My guess is that we're going to consolidate a little bit more. So maybe we get up to that upper Bollinger Band and pause, maybe pull back to the 21-day again. All depends on the volume. Looks like they're starting to pick up shares. Stochastic RSI, MACD all turning higher. Amazon looks good. It's clearly running right now, Amazon.
Maybe, but if you keep kind of gliding up and ball keeps coming down, you get that positive drip. But that's sort of how it looks. So if I owned it, I would just be okay with whatever it's doing at the moment. I would be
long dated.
Nike, I really like Nike. I'm going to keep adding to Nike as it clears the 50-day. Next couple of days, this is probably going to be heading, I'd say 50%. Probably gets back to 55 pretty quick. 54, 55. SoFi looks good. Added to SoFi. SoFi looks good coming off the low.
Yeah, so Anonymous put in here, in any map, we're looking at positive gamma across all strikes. That's what this is showing us. The aggregate gamma is this line. So if you sum all the gamma at a various striking across all positions, you get the line. But this is the strike gamma. Everything is short and short calls. Looks like calls and puts, interestingly. Another reason that this is clearly some type of volatility trade and not, that's what this screams to me. So like, who's in control of this thing? Well, if the vol traders are coming in, right, this has less to do with whatever your fundamental thesis is on Bloom Energy, as an example. And that's a function of the stuff getting rich.
Zero DTE.
A couple more single stocks we'll go through, and then we'll wrap up Jim Cramer / Brent's hot takes. Google, Crudo, and another one, right? Positive gamma. Like, what's going on here? This is just weird. And then you look at open interest and look at this. It's like wall trading.
Spider Pulse. Long dated.
This says we should be supported because if somebody's short all these options and the dealers have positive gamma, they should be buying dips and selling rips. It should keep things relatively stable. Google, you're going to see exactly the same thing. Giant positive gamma. That's my guess. Let's see. Oh, huge strike at 390. Huge strike at 390. Funny, we've been stuck on that one, haven't we? This is how you know Brent has a stock, because he knows exactly where the stock has been sticking.
Spider Pulse.
All I can think of these situations is like, why isn't this going higher? And you're like, that Adam Sandler thing is like, that's your home. Higher is your home. What are you doing? Yeah, so that is clearly the big strike to wrestle with. And it looks like a lot of that's going to go away with this expiration. I say that because you see the reduction at this line, right? Big positive gamma drops. And so maybe that's finally when Google starts to drift up a little more because the relative gamma drops a lot. And you see 400 here, maybe kind of the next strike. But again, this is a pretty decent amount of positive gamma across all these positions. Datadog, again, positive gamma everywhere. A lot of big positions at this 230. So this is nowhere near as much gamma as Google. This is a smaller options name, but you just look across these names and you see all those same things. What's the reason behind the large positive gamma strikes and why they work as a magnet? Positive gamma means there's a couple of things here, right? They're selling stock above that level, they're buying stock behind, and the closer you get to expiration, the more that flow concentrates at those given strikes. And so I think that matters. As those positions decay around it, the gamma concentrates at those strikes, so the overall gamma starts to concentrate around the big strikes, particularly when we get into expiration. This is why we don't talk about JP Morgan collar until expiration or near expiration, because if we're near those strikes, they matter. If we're not near those strikes, they don't matter. And so I think that's the important thing to kind of note about that stuff. Look, the alpha for today, hopefully we came in and, we said this is the level here. This has played out nicely. To quote Hannibal from A-Team, I love when a plan comes together, and that's kind of where we're at. So to leak a little more potential alpha here, I don't think we move any more for the rest of the day. As long as particularly that strike stays there. So how do you play it? 3 o'clock, 3:30. Do you want to put on a condor or an iron fly at that strike? Maybe. Do you get the call fly? Now a $5 rod call fly. So you go 75, 65, 75, 70, 75, 75. That's a little tight. I usually like to go with $10 wides. But the idea now is that the move should just plane out, right? And we should just sort of decay sideways. And so that's what I would be looking to do. Selling premium purely in this position probably doesn't really pay off very well because the implied vol is not that high. So it's like, that's why I like the call fly, where if the stock moves up, you're kind of like long the 65, 65. And that way, if the market moves up a little bit, then you're generating some income not income, but you're making money on that strike, right? So how you trade it still matters, but that's the core. That's the core of it, right? That's the core of the position. First, you close your qualifier for 12. All right, man.
Soft pulse, long dated,
crazy cash.
NVIDIA pulse.
And thank you for everybody who signed up for the course. And I would just make a note on this that we generally don't charge Spot Gamma members for anything. We know that you already invest a lot of your hard-earned money with us, anyways. And as we invest and grow on the platform and all that sort of stuff. Zoom user, you signed up. All right. Did you sign up as Zoom user? I wonder if anyone's actually been named Zoom and then they put their name Zoom in the attendance thing. That'll be odd. There was some subscriber emails going around, Robin. And so I should know what this specific link is for subscribers, but you get better deals as a Spot Gamma member. Anyways, I just wanted to lay this out before we sort of hang up. We don't charge or upcharge Spot Gamma subscribers. Again, we know you invest a lot with us lightly. This course took specifically Matt, because Matt, for those who don't know, Matt is a ranked poker player. He's ranked number 235. I just checked yesterday in the state of Minnesota. And I think he's ranked 4,500 globally. He's going to play in the World Series of Poker actually in Vegas. I think he leaves today to go do that. And so, the amount of extra time that goes into creating that course, the resources sort of involved for that, it's a lot. And so, we try to be respectful of y'all and offer much better prices, but we're also very cognizant of making sure that we're adding a lot of value. So just want to make sure that you all know we're cognizant of that. And obviously non-subscribers are paying, quite a bit more for that course. And so just a quick note on that. All right, one sec.
Tesla pulse.
Excuse me.
Long dated.
All right, so that's going to wrap it up for here today. Monday I'll be back with the live Q&A. Apologies for that. The link to subscribe. For those of you who want to go, that's going to conclude the webinar. I am asking to get the email link subscribed for to sign up for the course. So if you want to hang with me for like 2 seconds, I will get that. For those of you who were
AMD Pulse. Shenanigans.
waiting to hear the subscriber course, just give me a minute here. I'll get the link so we can tighten that up. Hey, Craig, what's up? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. T. Payor, I hope I pronounced your name right. I think 297. I think you're going to get value, and that's the whole thing. Like, you got to be able to walk away from. I mean, that's everything I use. Like, am I going to get X amount of dollars out of this? Oh, you know, of course. Sherry, coming through. Thank you, Sherry. For those of you who don't know the illustrious Sherry, Sherry is the one that writes our PM notes. And so you can send all of your complaints to her and send all of your compliments to me. But she is the smart mind behind all of the
AMD Pulse.
Does an amazing job.
Long
Colonel's tanking there, Venkat. Yeah.
Shenanigans.
I mean,
AlphaGo Pulse. Zero
Microsoft's still
GT.
going. NVIDIA, a little
this
flag.
would be the bad thing.
Amazon high of the day.
Like, the bad thing about this would be if Core M goes below 8, you know, the magic number. It doesn't mean we crash immediately, right? But I got to start adding those positions out. But it would be a bummer if it goes below 8 and you don't put anything on, then it crashes. It's like, dang. So that's why I like to leg a little bit in. It's like to close my own, for my own sanity. So I'll have to make sure we watch that. More tape stuff on the PM notes. Yeah, Sherry's a big fan of that. She's very adept at that. And we're going to be adding in, we're working on the tape thing, as you saw with my little behind the scenes thing there for a moment. We'll be showing that. Steve, you're welcome. Vinny, good to see you. Thank you again for all those tweets. Mark, good to see you. And I will be on Discord today and tomorrow. I'll try to start sharing those gamma charts. I know I need to do a little more of that, but I'll make sure I'm doing that tomorrow. And then I'll be back again on Monday with a live Q&A at 1 p.m. Same time, same place. Thank y'all again. The sign-up link is there in case you missed it. Sherry did post it. If you have any questions on this, info@spotgamma.com. I know. Well, that just says
Okay, let's look at RXT, Rackspace. That's pushing a bit higher, Rackspace.
I'm going to go check the support box now, or I advise customer service to check the support box now for those of you that had any problems before signing up. So we'll make sure that all gets squared away. And if you have any other problems with the platform, info@spotgamma.com, we'll make sure that they cleared up. Also, the Discord channel has a good support bot, so that should help you with all of your questions. I have the latest Q&A webinars, webinars / are loaded into that Q&A bot, so you can ask, how do I trade this? When did Brent talk about that? You should get those responses. I monitor that as well, so it gives you a crappy response. I will generate.
All right, Atlassian team.
Right response and then I fix the bot. So it's
Okay, that's pushing higher. It's probably going to break higher.
Hopefully that's been a useful resource. Pulse is fire. I didn't talk about Pulse today. I'm glad that you say that. I've been sort of trying to make a more robust version of that, you know, behind the scenes related to this tape thing that you saw here. We added a gamma feature to that for zero DT trades. The idea is like, I want you to be able to hear when the gamma is trading at the certain strike. So if people do start closing at 70, it's like pulse, 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 gamma, gamma, gamma. And then you kind of know to go look and check it out. So feedback on that is more than welcome as we try to just make sure we bang that on.
Micron Pulse.
Make it better. I've tried to put a little bit of Easter eggs in there. Somebody on this channel should just put in a giant Zoom trade, because that is when stuff is going to get wild. But we'll see. I don't even remember what going to steal your money is. It may say gum. Maybe a British lady saying gamma sounds like gum. You're right. But any leave feedback on that. I can be very reactive to that because Brent controls me, controls the entire code for that base. The engineers haven't yet made that a professional code base, and so I can quickly react. So, all right, that's really it this time. Thank you all so much, Sherry. Thanks for coming through on that link. We'll see you over in Discord, and at the latest, enjoy our weekend. Even though it's one more trading day. Enjoy. I'll see you next on Monday afternoon.
All right, that was Brent.
Record.
That was Brent over at Spot Gamma. Always good to listen to what he has to say.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
Gamma updates and Trace when you're following it. This is all his idea. Used to be a derivatives trader for, I believe, Credit Suisse and Bank of America. And he knows the ins and outs of what institutions do better than most people I know. There's a lot of knockoffs of Spot Gamma, but it's hard not to appreciate where Brent's coming from, having worked for these big companies, these big banks, versus somebody who just creates something that's similar to what he does, what they do at Spot Gamma. I like Spot Gamma. So nothing against other people trying to do the same thing, but got to have that experience. That's very helpful when he understands what the hell's going on. Anyway, so Core 1M, he talked about Core 1M is down here near the lows. We need to keep an eye on this because when it gets down below 8, that's telling you that the markets are way overbought call-wise, okay, and they're due for a correction. We're in week 9 now, so we are aware of it. I keep thinking that we keep defying gravity. Eventually the music's going to stop. Okay, we're up 20%. This is nuts. And we could go up a little bit more, but it's going to be a sell the news once Trump signs that deal. If he signs that deal, it's going to be, okay, we're up 20% basically. 20%. Okay. So once he signs that deal, that's going to be a sell the news event, I would think. It might take a little while for that to unwind, but definitely looks good for the bulls for now. RSI, MACD, stochastics, everything is bullish. Volume is bullish, so you got to be involved. All right, that looks good. Okay, RSI is rising. Let's go look at the New York Fangs because those are all looking pretty good. New York Fangs. Looking good. New York Fangs. Okay, making new highs, new all-time highs all of this week. MACD's turned up. Stochastics is rising. RSI is showing muscle.
Deep puts. 0 DT.
This could last a while longer. So, yeah, Microsoft. Okay, what do I want to do with Microsoft? I'm just reducing my exposure into this strength. If we get a bounce, I can always get back in. Yeah. Okay, Microsoft. Let me see what Microsoft positions I want to take off. Microsoft. I got 420, 430s. We're just shy of 430. Okay. So those are okay. June. All right, take a little bit of Microsoft off. We're very near my 430 strike. Okay. Microsoft. I want to keep cashing in my chips. Okay, Nokia looks good. ServiceNow. ServiceNow. Okay, that cleared the 50-day. It looks like it wants to break above this 110 level. Okay, so 110, 111 should do it for ServiceNow. That's probably going to happen this week. Notice the volume, MACD, stochastic, RSI, everything's turned up. This looks good. ServiceNow. Yikes, that's going to be a good one. NVIDIA. Okay, looking for the next bounce. And NVIDIA looks pretty good, right? NVIDIA looking good. Okay, we got a nice reversal candle yesterday. Many of you bought on that hammer. It needs to continue higher. If this gets rejected here and rolls over, that'll trap a lot of bulls. So keep an eye on it if you have an NVIDIA position. Okay, Okay, ONDS being accumulated. ONDS.
Pulse, long dated. Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
Let's see what else. Oracle, ORCX. That's doing well. Oracle. Okay, we're almost at that 200-day moving average. Oracle, been watching that 200-day. Now that we've cleared the 50-day, the 9, the 21-day, everything's turned up and to the right. It's just a matter of time for Oracle to do its thing, right? So look at the potential here. 50% retracement would take you to back to about 250, 260. I think we've already marked this up actually. Oracle, let me just check. I'm pretty sure I've already marked this up, Fibonacci on Oracle. Let's see, Oracle weekly. All right, so the daily looks good. All the phases are clear as day. Distribution, when Oracle management started talking about how much money they were spending and the markets and the institutions freaked out. They're like, holy crap, these guys are spending a ton of money. How are they going to pay for it? They needed to explain how to pay for it. Whenever you get a distribution level, it usually comes after some news that institutions don't like, and they ride this up. It gapped up on earnings. They start unloading their positions. It becomes obvious phase 3, leading into phase 4 when price action drops below the 50-day. That's when we start to pique our curiosity. We start watching the 50-day until we see accumulation. Once we see the accumulation, we know what comes next. Phase 1, the base accumulation, leads to a markup phase. The markup phase is where institutions already have positions and they just keep lifting their offers. They keep selling covered calls at higher levels, like Frano does, and among others. Don't want to always point out Frano because some people think that she's a favorite. She is a favorite of sorts. But the point is that we're in phase 2 now. Phase 2 is when we start to see the markup. The markup leads to much higher prices as institutions keep this going. We're at the 200-day now. And phase 2 leads to the longest phase, right, up to phase 3 distribution. So we'll keep our ears peeled for anything, our eyes peeled, our ears open, whatever the hell expression is. For any bad news, everything's been good news. Management talked about debt. They talked about not issuing any new debt securities, any bonds, offerings, or anything like that. They talked about how they're going to deal with the debt that they had taken on. And that's what changed. That's when they started accumulating shares. They knew about it. They talked to management. So the accumulation phase took about 6 weeks. Once we broke above the 50-day, that is my absolute favorite swing alert. When the price moves above the 50-day, here's Oracle. Okay, we'll save that, right? Oracle. Here's Oracle, but here is a couple others that just recently changed direction. Here's App 11, breaks above the 50-day. App 11 breaks above the 200-day, right? It broke above the 50-day several weeks ago. That was the first alert. Snowflake did the same thing. Nick told us about this 2 weeks ago. Broke above the 50-day. Time to start negotiating positions. We got into Snowflake. What about Axon? Axon broke above the 50-day. This is a new trade setup. This is going to be like Oracle. Okay, Oracle broke above the 50-day back there in April. Second week of April, it broke above the 50-day. That started the process. Let's see what else. Axon. Oh, Meta. Meta just recently broke above the 50-day. Okay, it's sort of flat, but with things that are changing, institutions will start talking about it. They'll probably start building positions. You'll look for the volume to pick up. You can see volume starting to pick up. MACD stochastics rising, RSI rising. So we should follow through from this eventually. It could pull back to the 50-day, shake some more people out before moving higher. Who the hell knows? But Meta, another candidate. What else has changed direction lately? Zscaler, nice little reversal today. Zscaler. Took the puts off yesterday. That was a nice cushion. I had 10 of those puts. Twice as many puts as I had calls. So that helped insulate that downside. I have July calls now. I need to get back above the 50-day. That'll happen soon, I think, the way they're buying it up today. What else? Microsoft. Okay, that pushed above the 50-day back in April. Okay, it looks like it wants to go now. Tesla moved above the 50-day back in early May. Okay, once it gets back above the 50-day turns up and to the right. These are your clues. So something like Tesla, several weeks ago gave us the heads up, whereas something like Axon is just turning the corner. So Axon just turning the corner. You should be paying attention to stuff like this. Nike, same thing. Moved above the 50-day today. So that's going to work probably over the next several weeks. You like swing trades? These are the ones you need to be paying attention to, in my opinion. Because these give you the least amount of agita, as we say in New Jersey, Italians, the least amount of anxiety, right? You know what's about to happen. You know why it's happening. Institutions have created a base. They've accumulated enough shares. Now phase 2 is going to start. They'll mark it up. Nike, SoFi, another one. SoFi, okay, it's at the 50-day, double bottom. We know that BlackRock and Susquehanna have over, what did it say, 16 million shares? I think it's 16 million. No, it must be more than that. Let me just check real quick here. SoFi. SoFi and Susquehanna have 69 million shares. I was only off by about 50 million shares. So Susquehanna and BlackRock have 69 million shares of SoFi. Okay, what if they do a reverse split or whatever? The fact is, this is breaking above the 50-day. Accumulation phase 1, preceded by phase 4, the markdown. Okay, distribution up there at the high. Okay, so let me zoom out a little bit here. Let's go to 1 year. Okay, distribution can't make new highs. It drops below the 50-day. Phase 4 starts. You look for phase 1. This is phase 1. Susquehanna and BlackRock have 69 million shares. What do you think is going to happen next? Does it happen today, tomorrow? Do we get back up to 20 by tomorrow? No, that's why I bought the 2028 leaps. I got the 20 strike. The reason why I took the 20 is because that's the last pivot. That's the 60 delta. And we got plenty of time on our side. When this gets rocking and rolling, this could be back up to 30 before you know it. That'll be a winner there. Just winner in the making, just sitting there waiting. Netflix, what's Netflix doing? Netflix. Okay, Netflix is not above the 50-day, so that has a lot of work to do.
0 DTE, call sign.
Broadcom broke above the 50-day back here in April. What's it done ever since? Moving up, creating its first base. Okay, so this is a stage 2 base. Okay, what else do we have? Google. Google broke above the 50-day back in April as well. There goes Amazon. Okay, Amazon, I mentioned a few minutes ago. Amazon. That was a nice trade set up there. Amazon. Oops, sorry about that. Amazon. Nice setup. I posted in the room earlier. Amazon. Weekly, Amazon. Weekly looks good. Google, AMD, following through. AMD looks good. American Express. Amazon. So Amazon, this was from earlier, right around 115, 120. I told you that we were adding to Amazon. Amazon looking really good here. Okay. Amazon. Hope I didn't close this. Did I close it? I bet I did. I did. I closed it. I closed it right here on this second little dip right there. All right, so I'll get back into Amazon. I'm not going to do it now. Well, it's 2:30. It's starting to break out again, Amazon. It's at the high of the day. I can't buy it at the high of the day. Okay, I already sold it. Had a nice profit on Amazon. Okay, that looks good. So file it in your memory bank. All right, so there's two or really three really good strategies, in my opinion. Three really good strategies. All right, I'm going to run it down for you. Here's Amazon. Here's strategy number one. Strategy number one, what is the stochastic MACD and RSI doing? If stochastics is rising, I know that price action is going to get bought, most likely. The dip is going to get bought. Therefore, I want to use the 1 minute chart. I want to use the 1 minute chart to buy dips and RSI. RSI gets oversold, that's where I want to buy. Start watching price. So that's strategy number 1 and 2, all right? Whatever the daily's doing, if it's bullish and we hit a low of the day, I want to buy that's the oversold stochastic or RSI. That's it. The third strategy is what's the 60-minute doing? If price is above the 60-minute, you want to be thinking about buying the dip, again, because stochastics is positive. Okay, and really the fourth strategy is what I've already been talking about, which is where is price relative to the 50-day. If you just do these, if you just focus on these four strategies, you're going to become an excellent trader. I can almost guarantee it. I can't guarantee it, but I can almost guarantee it. Okay, don't buy the high of the day. David was busting my chops earlier about buying the high of the day on something, but it was a scalp, so it was okay. And I know what I'm doing. Not saying that no one else knows, but I know what I'm doing. So I know that if I take a scalp at the high of the day, the likelihood of a losing trade is pretty high if I don't pay attention. So I have to pay attention. Here goes Axon. Axon's going higher. Okay, Axon. I have a sell order on Axon only because it's like really, really stretched here. And I got in as it was clearing the 50-day moving average. So I'm up big on Axon. Okay, I'm about to get taken out. I got a limit order to sell at 395. That's almost a $3 gain. That's a $3,000 move right there. On 10 calls, I should have taken more. That's all right. Looks good. Axon. Here's that strategy again. Above the 50-day. Squeeze. If I enable Bollinger Band, if I enable volume by price, you can see that the base down here, it's pretty clear where the base is. 50-day keeps dropping the green line. Once you break above the 50-day, the 50-day still has to turn up and to the right. So that's left to be seen. But this is a really big day for Axon. Look at Axon right here. It's taking off to the upside. Okay, so I want to sell into strength. And I got a limit order. See if I can get taken out here. Apple turning back up. Okay. Apple. So watch the daily. If stochastics is rising on the daily, watch your 1 minute chart. If your 1 minute chart gets oversold, that's your buy signal. Put a stop underneath that low. Okay. There you go. Apple. All right, that's a dollar move right there. So if you put a stop right underneath this 310 level right here, if you put a stop right here, 310, look for $2 upside. So a 50 delta, if you buy 150 delta call, that should net you $100 if you make a $2 move. All right, 50 cents for every dollar move. So $2 move, 50 delta should make you $100. You take 5 of those, you make $500 a day. That's $10,000 a month. It's pretty simple. Trading can be as simple or as difficult as you want it to be.
Q's pulse.
Okay, Amazon's still going. Amazon's still going. Okay. So again, this was back here at 1 o'clock-ish
Q's pulse.
that we were looking at this to add. Amazon continues. Now I'm out of Amazon, but think about taking some profits into strength unless you got longer dated calls. Okay, this looks good. Ooh, Nike looking good. Nike's coming off the low, looking good. Nike. All right, this is another one. Nike with the 50-day break. This is probably going to last, I would say, 6 weeks, a couple of months maybe. Over the next 6 weeks, 8 weeks, we should see this up near the 200-day, if not sooner. It's clearly breaking into the gap right now. Volume looks good. Just look at the options. The options out there. Let's see. I might want to add to this actually. Nike. Let me see what I want to do here. Nike. Been adding to Nike since last week. I forget who brought it to my attention. If you know who you are. All right. So 26,000 contracts and open interest. 1,400 have traded today. I added to that level the 45 strike for Nike. I know a bunch of you are long the 45 strike and also have shares. Wow, this looks really pretty. Do I want to do anything else? The June 49 is a buck. That's a 38 delta. You know what? Let me buy a couple of these. This is going to keep going. I just bought a 40 delta. Just bought some 40 delta calls for a buck. Filled at a buck. Okay. Nike, it's at the high of the day. I realize that. Nike bought more calls. $1 fill on the 40 deltas for June. That's the 49 strike.
Nvidia pulse, long dated.
Okay, Amazon's still going. Damn it. I left some money on the table. I did a Mondo just now.
Amazon pulse, long dated. SanDisk pulse.
Amazon. Okay, you got Nvidia flipping. All right, that's cool. A Kumo flip.
SPRC.
Zero DTE, call side.
SPRC. ASTC.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. SPX Pulse.
SPRC halted to the upside.
SPRC.
Market's looking good, eh? Nice day for trading.
SPRC. CGTL. SPRC.
NBIS. Deep calls.
All right, Amazon. Nice little move there.
0 DT.
Oi, oi, oi.
Size.
Now, obviously, today is one of those days where if you bought the dip, just about everything is working. So there's that too. All right, futures pulling back in a little bit. Futures. All right, so the 75.70 zone is still a problem, right? S&P 75.70. The high of the day was what? The high of the day is 75.66. So just $3 shy, $3.09 shy. Can we get to it? Can we get? We might go and get it. We might go and get it right here. All right, so NVIDIA turning back up. Amazon continues. Yikes.
Oracle Pulse. Long dated.
ASPC.
Apple Pulse.
All right, looking for Axon. Axon continues. Amazon is continuing. Okay. And the longer we go without a correction, the more I won't say nervous, the more maybe anxious, I guess. Anxious I get because I know that the markets are going to give us a correction at some point. 9 weeks up without a respite, 20% gain. I mean, we've done that in the last few weeks. 20% gain during a year is good. 20% gain in 9 weeks. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right, so we got our 20%. 20%.
NVIDIA Pulse.
Okay, NVIDIA seeing some option volume coming in. NVIDIA Pulse.
Meta Pulse. NVIDIA Pulse.
Okay, you can hear these pulse alerts going off. That's pretty cool, right? Netflix.
Spider Pulse. SPX Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, Axon. Yikes, this thing is up 56 points. 56 points. All right, NIMO is at plus 15, and we are stretching the limits here. S&P. Spiders on the daily.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
%20 gain. In a quarter, in under a quarter, 20% gain. Usually we don't see that in a year. So just keep thinking, when's it going to be? What's going to take? Sounds like the war is going to come to an end, maybe. That would be nice. SoFi. Team at Lazian. Team, let me take a look at Team. Yeah, that's going to break out probably soon. Team. Let me see what the options look like on Team. You know what? Let me just do it this way. All right, Atlassian is flashing some massive structurally significant changes in the options market right now. The stock has been putting together a solid bounce over the last 48 hours, trading up around this. Let me just make sure that this is right. Okay, last was 94. Options desk is aggressively adjusting this sudden strength. 99th percentile. Total open interest in Team options has climbed to 225,797 contracts. Current open interest ranking at a staggering 99.6% 6% relative to its past year. This means team has had higher options open interest on only 0.4% of trading days over the last 52 weeks. The demand to hold, carry, and speculate on capital in team options is essentially at annual highs right now. Wow, that looks pretty good. Check out Alazian. Okay, looking for Alazian to continue. This looks good. All right, so I got a position. Got a position looking for this to continue higher. What's up, bro? Hold on one second. Sorry, I was just talking to my son. All right, team at Lazying looks like it wants to go here, folks. It's building up a position. It's about to go here. About to go here.
Long dated, deep calls.
SPRC.
All right, team looks good. All right. Did I buy any team today? I don't think I did I? At Lazian? I did. Okay, so I have a position already. Okay. I'll add to this. All right. What you need, Goose? You hungry? Is my kitty cat hungry? You are? I'm sorry I didn't feed you. You're such a good kitty cat. Yeah, as far as kitty cats go, you're a really good kitty cat. Here you go. We don't like dogs, right? No, we don't like. They're smelly. Dogs are
SanDisk
smelly.
Pulse.
Okay. Okay, so we got some holy cow SPX calls on the pulse. That usually means somebody's buying pretty big size. It wasn't 0-day. It was longer dated. There goes Amazon. Amazon gone. Jeez.
SanDisk Pulse.
There goes Amazon. That was a Mondo trade. Amazon. Boom. There it goes. I figured it was going to slow down a little bit, maybe not get up to this high. It just proves a point that no one knows where no one knows where a stock is going or an asset. All we can do is get a good idea of or get some supportive ideas. You know, it's above the 50-day. The volume's increasing. Stochastics is rising. RSI and MACD show persistent strength. Option volume is good. We can look at all these things and get a really good idea. Yeah, true. True. Tomorrow. Amazon. It's at the high of the day, though.
SPX Pulse. Long dated.
True. True. I could do it later tonight. I wanted options, though. Hmm. 275, 285. Call verticals. Do I want to do 275? I can't do it now. I could, but I run the risk that this dips tomorrow. I'll pass. I'm going to do Amazon. You know, you guys are in it, so that's all that matters right now. It's been a hell of a day.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Spider Pulse. Long dated.
Oh, look at Amazon go. Damn it. Damn it. Something's up with Amazon. What's going on? Amazon. 30 minutes ago, Amazon plans to make SpaceX Grok models available on flagship. Okay, that's it. I'm buying.
Long dated.
I'll buy some. If it dips tomorrow, I'll just add to it. Okay, so 275 Amazon, 275, 285. Get into this, Vinny. Okay. I'm going to go out to July, 275, 285.
AMD Pulse.
275, 285. That's okay. 275, 285. Buy vertical. Buy 10. Now I'll buy 5 now and I'll buy 5 tomorrow. 275, 285. Come on. You can do this. You can do this. All right. 420. All right. 275, 285. All right. I'm back in. 275, 285. That's it. Back in. 275, 285, 285 calls, July. All right, that looks good.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Amazon. Okay. All right. So Amazon.
Q's Pulse, long dated. Size, Hood Pulse.
SPRC.
Okay. Amazon. I'll add on the dip tomorrow.
0 DTE, call side. Size,
TOPP.
Okay.
SPRC.
Okay, that looks good.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep
Okay, we got an hour, 59 minutes to go.
SPX Pulse.
Damn.
0 DTE, call side. Size,
Futures pulling back a bit.
3D printers, collectibles like Pokemon. And our colleagues at MS Now, and sources said that under the agreement, shipping through the Strait of Hormuz
NVIDIA
would be
Pulse,
unrestricted, they said, during the 60-day ceasefire, and all mines would be removed within 30 days. Iran then would commit to negotiating the disposal of its highly enriched uranium, and the U.S. would commit to discussing sanctions relief, as well as relief of frozen assets. But then, Scott, we heard from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent just in the last hour, and he declined to confirm on the record that there was a deal in hand. He said the two sides have been going back and forth, and when he was asked whether sanctions relief was on the table, he said this. Take a listen.
Nothing is going to be on the table until we see the Strait of Hormuz open and the Iranians agree that they have to turn over the highly enriched uranium and that they can't have a nuclear program.
And Scott, Iranian state media in the last hour or so is also reporting that the text has not been finalized yet. So while the market is very excited about this one today, I'll caution that it's not exactly clear just how close we are to this being agreed. Scott?
Yeah, we'll wait for more concrete news on that. Familiar refrain, but that's what we're left with. Megan, thanks. Megan Casella. Now let's bring in Charles Schwab's chief investment strategist, Liz Ann Saunders. Hi, good to see you again.
Hi, nice to see you too, Scott.
I mean, how are you processing these headlines? We have a deal, we may have a deal, well, we're not sure about a deal, and it's wash, rinse, repeat.
It is wash, rinse, repeat. You do get these quick knee-jerk reactions, not just in terms of the equity market, but move down in bond yields, move down in oil prices, and then you tend to see those reverse. And there is still an inverse correlation between the S&P and both bond yields and oil prices. So I don't think that changes anytime soon. But I think the underpinning that has driven the market higher has largely been about earnings, and in particular in areas that are at least perceived to be somewhat immune to the problems that have resulted from the war in Iran.
Okay, Axon still pushing higher. Axon. It's up $57 on the day. Axon.
Parabolic. We had another example today, and we've been witnessing that almost every day. I mean, how are you processing that when you momentum behind this market? What does it make you think about?
Well, it won't last forever. I think that there's risk associated with some of these parabolic moves. I also think trying to time some moment of inflection is an impossible thing to do. But I think that there are strategies that investors can employ to make sure that they're not allowing their own portfolio to become as concentrated as what we're seeing embedded in the indexes, but also concentration embedded in terms of the forward-looking earnings story. I think that's part of this that is a less told story, is that concentration within earnings. And one of the strategies we've suggested, in addition to things like options hedging, is to consider portfolio or volatility-based rebalancing, where your portfolio tells you when it's time to sort of pare positions back or pare sector exposure back, and let your portfolio drive the timing of that, as opposed to trying to personally time some sort of risk-related inflection point.
It's hard to step back from this kind of momentum, though, right? I mean, that's one of the investor psychology challenges, I suppose, when you're managing a portfolio, whether a professional is doing it or you're doing it yourself. You see this kind of momentum, you want to keep riding winners. You see a Snowflake, for example, beat on its earnings and the stock goes up 40%, and you're wondering, what's the next move going to be? I don't want to miss that.
Well, I think there's a lot of short-term oriented money that is looking for those next moves and is treating stocks to some degree like lottery tickets. And I do think we at Schwab broadly, but certainly I have been very focused on the blurring of the lines between gambling and investing and some of the casino-like behavior that we're seeing in markets. And there's no question that there's, speculative juices flowing here. I think from an investor standpoint, though, there's a way to remain a participant in the equity market, but heed sort of the old line of no one ever went broke taking profits. So I understand the desire to let winners run, but I do think that rebalancing strategy is the best way to think about reining in some of where that speculative excess might cause some concentration problems in your own portfolios.
If you think we're having some casino-like behavior, the words you just used, at the same time that we have a very narrow market, does that make the market more vulnerable to a pullback of some scale?
Probably, and I don't so much worry about sort of bubble conditions from a valuation perspective. Valuations are not in the stratosphere. I do think we should be mindful, though, of forward earnings expectations risk. And the other factor at play here as it relates to the geopolitical backdrop and the war in Iran and the ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz is not so much through the energy channels, but what you're just starting to hear from companies is concerns about access to supply of everything that is needed associated with this AI build out. So, I think there's still lots of opportunity in the market, but I'm also paid to assess risks in the backdrop. And I think there is that potential risk that if there's some sort of a direct classic earnings miss, but just some commentary from some of these leadership companies that might be more on the supply side than on the demand-driven earnings side could represent that pullback. And we have seen a narrowing of the market. Only 15% of the S&P's constituents are outperforming the index itself over the past 2 months. If you go back just before the war began, at the end of February, you were at more than 60% of stocks that were outperforming the index over that prior 2-month period, which was essentially your risk.
Okay, Amazon coming back in a little bit.
In terms of some sort of market timing tool, the market could
Sorry about that. Amazon coming back down a little bit.
End up having some sort of reversion.
You did say within all of that you do see some opportunity in the market. Where is it hiding?
Well, it's not hiding anywhere right now. I mean, the opportunity has clearly been in the AI-related space, but I think there's also needs to be an understanding that within that broader AI space, you're seeing rotations as well. There's still an incredible focus on the Magnificent Seven, yet the best performer of the Magnificent Seven on a year-to-date basis.
Oracle getting ever closer to that 200-day moving average. Oracle.
In the S&P 500 in terms of price performance. So in fact, it's a lot of the older school kind of companies that are performing best in the market. You know, the SanDisk and Intel and Micron and Western Digital. And so I think investors also need to be mindful of not making these sort of permanent monolithic decisions and basing your investment decision making off that. So we're even within the AI and the tech space, you're seeing these rotations at the industry level, at the individual stock level. Another reason why you want to make sure you have a disciplined rebalancing strategy.
These false starts, or I don't know, maybe false stops to the war is a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
And until we see that, to bring things full circle to how we started, until we see an end to the war in the Middle East, can we have a broadening trade more substantially, or is it's just going to take that? Because then we can have oil come down and believe in that move, and yields come down and we believe in that move as well, and then that would spur, you would think, a more broadening move within the market itself.
Yeah, I think that is probably one of the necessary ingredients for a broadening. Absent, another way you could see a broadening, and this is not my base case, would be what we already touched on, some sort of significant sort of misfactor that takes the AI trade down and forces a move into other areas of the market. So I could see it happening in either direction, but certainly from a macro geopolitical standpoint, that would be an important trigger for broadening out, would be some sort of resolution to this war.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, Lizanne. Thank you for the time.
Thanks,
as
Scott.
always. We'll see you. Okay. Lizanne Saunders. Chip stocks surging lately in a move options traders are betting might not last too much longer. Oliver Rennick is at the SIBO in Chicago with more on what that market is telling him. Hi there.
Hey, Scott, it is one record data point after another in semiconductors. Firstly, is that the daily average premium is soaring above previous highs and 5 times above the monthly average going back to 2020, according to data from Citadel Securities. Then there's the story we wrote for CNBC.com this morning. The traders see the move in SMH as literally incredible. They don't believe it, and are buying more puts in SMH than ever in its 15-year history. Currently 1.7 million open interest in puts versus 500,000 in calls. That chart comes from Convexitas and matches the hedging we've seen in SMH on a daily basis, including today. 49,000 puts bought versus just 3,000 bought. 49,000 puts to 3 is a huge ratio, 140 million total premium traded. But arguably the most fascinating part of all this is that this is not the case in individual stocks like Micron, where probably retail traders are still chasing calls to the upside, or in the SPY, where traders are selling puts, and where the VIX just hit the lowest since January, Scott.
Long day. Oliver, thank you. Oliver Rennick at the SIBO in Chicago.
VIX.
Now to our panel, CNBC contributor, FundStrat's Tom Lee, Cumulus's Brian Belsky. It's good to have both of you here on
VIX at the lows. Wow.
I mean, Tom, you see the activity in the microns and the snowflakes, and you think what as you watch this market?
Well, I think it was a great conversation with Liz, but one thing to keep in mind is now that Q1 earnings is behind us, people thought S&P earnings would be $70.
Zero DT.
It's going to come in at $80. So that's a $10 beat. That's $40 annualized. That means that this added the upside to earnings is somewhere between 800 and 1,000 points of S&P upside. I think the entire rally since April could be explained by just the Q1 earnings beat.
You're calling for a 3-phase market still.
Spider.
Explain to our viewers again what that means.
Yes, our base case for this year, which we expect it to be a challenging year, and it feels like it, is we rally towards 7,300.
It's not a snake.
Now we're above that.
It's not a snake.
I think
She's scared of that cable.
we can get to maybe 77,
That's so funny.
as high as 77. But I think then we're going to digest a lot of things until October, and that's a new Fed chair.
Spider pulse.
It's the energy shock.
All right, VIX is at the low.
Especially shortages of petroleum products.
VIX at the lows. Okay, let's see what junk bonds are saying. You hear what Tom Lee's talking about? S&P came in with $80 worth of earnings. That's $10 above what they were expecting. That's giving you another 800 to 1,000 points upside in the S&P 500. That's crazy.
2027 is a year where we might see some of the best returns we've ever seen in our lifetime.
All right, Brian. So How does it match up with what you're thinking?
It
doesn't differ that much because when we came out with our year ahead piece for 2026, we explained to investors that the market environment in 2026, Scott, was going to be very different than the last 2 years or 3 years of the bull, meaning it was going to be an earnings-driven market. Earnings-driven market.
Junk bonds look good.
Much more volatile than momentum.
Let's see what breadth looks like going into the last 45 minutes. 46 minutes to go. Okay, breadth is actually backing off on everything except the NASDAQ. S&P, mid cap, small caps, all trailing off a little bit. NASDAQ tech is higher thanks to everything that's moving today. Chips, tech, semi. What is software doing? Software. IGV software. Nice pop in software. I know you're in this, Frano. IGV looks good.
I think that's what's going to really drive things into 2027. Why would we have a correction? You mean like earnings are not going to live up to the moment, and that's going to cause the correction?
So it's got to be a mechanism, theoretically.
So if you think about how great the earnings have been, and Liz nailed it when she said, if there's any kind of blush of any kind of change in tone for management, if they go from a 30% gain in earnings down to 20%, that's a big delta. Even though 20% is an amazing earnings gain, but that's going to scare people enough to sell. The other thing, too, is that what was lost in what she said was very, very important.
Bitcoin,
when you run money in portfolios,
Software looks really good.
with the market, or you set your back to your original weights. I think it's going to be very, very important over the next 4 to 6 weeks to set back to the original weight, especially considering how far stocks have gone. You've got some stocks that have doubled and now are bigger in weight than some of the Mag 7s in your portfolio. That's a problem.
You feel like when you look at a snowflake go up 40% in a day, or the microns, these moves, as I've described them, used to be special. You'd see this once, who knows, a few years for a name. Now they're becoming routine.
And that's a problem. That's a problem because now we're becoming used to it. And anytime in the market you get used to it, you get lazy. And that's where we could see that correction beginning to reverse, and that could really spew more downside.
What's going to push money towards the other parts of the market? Does it have to be the end of the war? Oil has to come down? Yields have to come down even further? Do we need a signal from a Warsh-led Fed in mid-June that, well, the market may be pricing in a hike, we could actually cut rates?
I mean, I if I took a step back, oil has moved in a way, and it's created inflation in a pipeline in a way that financial conditions have to tighten later this year. So I think the bond market is pricing in a hike now instead of easing. And I think as long as that's what the bond market's pricing, it is tougher for a lot of groups to rally because most groups need a dovish Fed.
Yeah, no, but if some people say, well, the bond market leads the Fed, with a new chair with a decidedly different view on not only the mechanics of inflation, but the dealing with, how he wants to put his own stamp on this, that maybe this is the Fed that's going to lead the market. Like, maybe the market's wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
can you see a Kevin Warsh-led Fed with he as chair hiking rates anytime in the near future?
I think Kevin Warsh has a very difficult task because the bond market already has its template. He wants to cut rates but shrink the balance sheet, so there's a lot of sterilization taking place there. It's almost as if someone takes over the role as CEO of a company and says, we've got a new way of telling our story. Investors will be skeptical at first. And I think that's why the market will test this Fed.
I think the investors are skeptical because we still have complex PTSD from inflation in 2022. Remember, in 2020 and 2021, we had 0% interest rates. The balance sheet was massive. And when you throw that amount of money supply onto the market, that kind of inflation is very different than the inflation that we've seen in terms of WTI. WTI can go down like an elevator. It's much more volatile than the money supply situation. So I think some of that is scaring investors a little bit too much.
Yeah, I remember that one, Frano. That was a nice call.
Guys, thanks, Brian and Tom.
Even though tech is, even though semis over extended.
The retailer seeing a boost from lower freight costs and reduce shrink. It also unveiled an on-demand delivery partnership with DoorDash. That stock having its best day since 2022. And then Hormel shares, they're also in the green after posting a beat on the top and bottom line. The company behind brands such as Planters, Skippy, and Spam seeing strong demand for its protein-focused products. Scott?
All right, Mackenzie, thanks. We'll come back to you soon. Mackenzie Segals. We're just getting started here. Still ahead, the former Federal Reserve Vice Chair Richard Clarida is back. He just revised his rate forecast for the rest of the year. He'll tell you what it is next.
AMD long dated. Tesla Pulse, long dated. Deep puts, SPX Pulse. Spider Pulse, size. Palantir Pulse, long dated.
Dell, oh, who knows, right? Look at Zscaler. Look at Zscaler, what it did.
ASTS, long dated. Deep calls.
Yeah, Zscaler looking pretty good. We had the puts for the for earnings. Twice as many puts as I had calls. I had five of the spreads, July spreads, and I had 10 straight. Actually, I didn't have straight puts. I had the 165, something 165, 162.50, something like that. Anyway, it wound up cushioning me. I was still down a couple of $100, but per contract, but still now it's turning back up and looking a lot better for Zscaler. Dell. Ooh, Dell. What are you going to do, Dell? Dell. So we got Dell earnings tonight. What should I do with Dell? Dell. Almost want to do an iron condor, but I know better. Dell could be below the 50-day before you know it. Zscaler killed earnings. Their earnings were good. Very good earnings, Dell, Zscaler. And yet they got whacked, So Dell could blow it out, and it could still be down below 200, shake everybody out. S&P. Should I take some S&P for next week? Like June 2nd, something like that?
This is new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh gets set to hold his first meeting next month. For more, we're joined now by the former Federal Reserve Vice Chairman Richard Clarida, now PIMCO's Global Economic Advisor. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Likewise. You weren't even waiting around for more inflation data. You read the Fed minutes.
There's a lot of 75s trading for next week. Oh, that's June 30th. I didn't want to go that. Didn't want to go that far.
The data we've been getting now for
for several months. I think there are several problems
Micron pulse.
for
Long dated.
the ability of
Deep
Kevin
puts.
Walsh to
Triple
persuade it.
semi-pulse.
Of course, it would be
Zero
a committee
DTE.
vote. I don't think you would have the votes now.
Size.
The real problem is that underlying inflation was moving up in the data even before the hostilities in the Middle East. In addition, there's some evidence that CapEx spending and the AI buildup is putting some pressure on inflation. And then finally, you have a committee now, including Jay Powell, who remains on the committee, that seems to be...
Here goes Netflix. Netflix is on the move here. Let's see with Netflix.
So yes, we've changed our...
Yeah, it's still double bottom. Netflix. What does SoFi look like? SoFi on that bottom. Okay, SoFi looking a lot better, Grover.
Maybe could still move because the oil move is transitory anyway because the war is going to end and it's going to go down.
You see, that's I think that's the key point. So in January, coming out of the December Fed meeting, the view was inflation this year would fall down below 2.5, and that would give the Fed the cushion to continue some additional rate cuts. Then we had the hostilities in the Middle East, which continued.
Amazon back up to the highs, moving back up to the highs. This market is super resilient.
Are moving in the wrong direction. For the last 12 months, it's 3.3%. For the last 3 months, it's close to 4%. That's core inflation, stripping out the energy effect. I do think that'll move through the system. I think disinflation will eventually return, but it's not imminent. And so I think you have a committee that will be led by Kevin Walsh.
Want more food? There you go.
That is on hold.
You still hungry? Oh, your sister's hungry now, right?
Do you think AI is going to be more inflationary than people might have expected? I thought this was going to lead to potentially more efficiencies, maybe lower prices, maybe lower headcounts.
My son's building a toilet paper rocket in the garage. I don't know what that means, but he's mixing some kind of volatile compounds in my garage. All right, Microsoft trailing off there. There goes Netflix. Apple back up to the high. Apple, I probably want to take some Apple off here. Apple, maybe want to take some Apple off here. Got July. Yeah, I got time. I'll hold Apple for another day. Apple. Oh boy. We need more days like this, right? There goes the S&P starting to move up. S&P starting to move.
When you hear the word reform come out of Kevin Walsh's mouth, what do you think about? What do you think is most likely to change, and what might you be most worried about could change?
Look, I've known Kevin Walsh for 15 years. He's an impressive individual. He has really made 3 criticisms of the Fed. One is that he doesn't like a big balance sheet or quantitative easing. He can't change that on his own. That'll require a committee vote. Over time, the committee may discuss shrinking the balance sheet, but that's not something Kevin can do on day one. He's also said the Fed talks too much. He says there's too much forward guidance, and so that's an area where he really can't have too much control, because individual members of the Fed and the Reserve Bank presidents can give speeches and come on your show and write op-eds. And so I think the Fed won't be talking less, but maybe Kevin will find ways to communicate his views directly. And then third, he thinks the Fed has been too discretionary and needs to have more of a rules-based approach to policy. And again, he can't do that without the committee. So this will be an evolution, Scott, not a revolution, at least in the near term.
If, God forbid, there's some other, crisis that rises to the level where a Federal Reserve would have to get involved, and that happens under his watch, would he be piloting the helicopter towards the situation or away from it?
Well, look, Kevin has valuable experience. He was a very close advisor and a Fed governor when Ben Bernanke was chair during the global financial crisis. I think that's an important asset. I don't think he's ruled out using the Fed's balance sheet in a genuine, true crisis, but he has been skeptical about using the balance sheet as a tool of policy away from a crisis. But no, I think Kevin will be the right person
if God forbid we get into another economic crisis.
But the mere fact that Mr. Bernanke wasn't in the room at the White House in the East Room last week when Kevin was sworn in, does that lead you to believe that there's a fracture of the way that those two men view the role in any way of the Fed, and that Warsh would be guided by principles that are different than those of a Bernanke?
I really don't. I don't think so. I know both men well, and I know Ben has good things to say about him in his book. So I'll take that as Ben's view on. Again, I think Kevin had valuable experience now back in 2008 during the global financial crisis, and so I just don't expect that to be an issue.
Thinking of his first move, I can't imagine an environment in which a new Fed Chair Warsh is going to want his first mark on that institution to be a hike. Can you see that?
Well, I have said perhaps on your show.
All right, here goes the S&P. S&P is on the move.
The bar for a hike is high, but it's not insurmountable. And I think the one thing that could make it difficult for a Warsh Fed to resist thinking about a hike would be if we really see clear evidence that inflation expectations are getting de-anchored. Chris Waller.
Okay, S&P is on the move.
Last week, the Fed pays a lot of attention to inflation expectations. And in particular, if they saw evidence that they were drifting higher, then even the Warsh Fed may have to act. So I think the bar for a rate hike is high, but it's not insurmountable. It's not my base case. I'm not expecting a rate hike this year, but certainly it's certainly something the Fed will be paying attention to inflation expectations.
Always enjoy our conversations.
Thank you,
Richard,
sir.
We'll talk to you soon. Thank you. Yeah, that's Rich Clarida. Still ahead, the Knicks. They're not the only ones going through a renaissance of sorts. So is their owner, James Dolan. The big money details next.
TEAM.
SPRC. SPRC. SPRC.
There goes S&P. S&P on the move. Looking good into the close. S&P into the close. It doesn't look like it's going to stop, does it? Jeez. Crazy. All right, so did we tag? We didn't tag. I don't think we did, right? We didn't tag the 75.70 yet. High was 75.67.42. Okay, looking good. Looking good. Looks like it wants to keep going. All right, hope everyone had a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, May 28th.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
CGTL. SOC. BCIG.
Yeah.
Spider pulse, long dated, deep puts.
Exxon. Okay.
The New York Knicks waiting to see who they'll play in the NBA Finals, their first trip in nearly 30 years. MSG stock hitting an all-time high as a result of that. It's not the only recent success story for owner James Dolan. Alex Sherman here with more on that sidebar angle to this run to the finals.
Yeah, this is the James Dolan redemption tour in many ways, Scott, which is probably something that many New York Knicks fans would say is one of the most unlikely phrases to come out of anyone's mouth. But it was a question that I've been thinking of recently, which is, look, James Dolan has long been thought of by New York Knicks fans, broadly speaking, as one of the most hated owners in sports. That comes from decades of losing and mismanagement.
The video looks like it wants to go in the last 25 minutes.
Including, by the way, playing with his band, JD and the Straight Shot, rather than owning the team. But the Knicks have started to win. And I got to thinking, if the Knicks, in fact, do win the title, is all forgiven with James Dolan, the decades of losing? You throw it all away and say, you know what? This guy figured it out.
Please.
It's changing the way that customers work, but it also means a really dynamic demand set for companies.
Okay. All right, goes S&P. Looks like it's going to bust a move here. S&P looks like it's going to go. There it goes. All right, spiders also looking good. S&P spiders. Got under 30 minutes to go.
Tesla pulse, long dated.
All right, looks good. S&P is probably going to go bust a move, right? S&P. It's up here at the highs. Can't buy the high. Continues. I'd be selling into strength here. All right, what else?
This is really a series of good decisions of, let's say, the past decade or so for Jim.
All right, let's see what hedge flows look like. Still climbing.
His family of fortune, his dad, of course, Charles Dolan, the founder of Cablevision, sold that company really at the idea.
What a trend in the hedge flows, right? They're still here. The 7570 is still there.
That company has since changed its name to Optimum Communications. Its market cap today is $300 million. So the cable business has really taken a downturn. He founded Sphere, the dome-like entertainment buildings. The one, of course, that's in Las Vegas. They're now expanding to Abu Dhabi, a smaller version coming to the Washington, D.C. area. That company has done great. Shares of Sphere are up more than 250% this year. And then the valuations of both sports teams, which he wisely hung on to, both the Knicks and the Rangers, the valuations have skyrocketed in recent years. And now Dolan is thinking about splitting those two teams into entities among themselves. So we will have to see if one day he, in fact, sells one of those teams or just continues to hang on. And so far, so good. The valuation goes up year after year.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, good stuff, Alex. Thank you, Alex Sherman. Up next, Renaissance Macro's Jeff DeGraff. He's breaking out his post-war playbook. He'll tell you which parts of the market could rally hardest if there, in fact, is a deal with Iran. We're back after this.
All right, Amazon's still pushing. New highs of the day. Apple's going there. I want to sell some Apple into strength here. Apple. Not yet. Not yet. Got another 4 points to go. Those 315s. Okay, that looks good. Amazon. All right, nice rally. There goes the S&P 500. It's gone. S&P is going here.
SPX, long dated. SPX pulse, long dated. Deep puts.
Okay, Meta's going here. Meta. Okay, App 11. S&P is still going here. S&P, App 11, APP, App 11. All right, a little drop off there. So, okay, so it was a little bit off the high of the day. App 11 coming out of a squeeze. Should follow through tomorrow, I would think. These look good. RSI, everything looks good. Not overbought yet. App 11, Axon. Should see a follow through tomorrow. I would think it's above the pivots. Volume looks good. MACD stochastics rising, so I'll swing that for another day. Amazon's at the highs. This looked just okay earlier, and then it just started picking up some bids here. Amazon just keeps going. So if you've been following Amazon today, you saw what happened around 1 o'clock. We added to that position. Then I took off some into strength and then bought on a dip, second guessed myself. Okay, so this is the buy earlier. This was the buy here at 11, right around 1 o'clock. We added to that. Sold into this strength up here. It dipped. Got back in. Got back in actually on the rip higher. It dipped back up to the high again. These keeps chopping around. Looking pretty good there on Amazon. Not bad. Software, IGV, that one's doing really well.
Q's pulse, 0 DTE, call side.
IGV. All right, that one pulled back a little bit from the high of the day. Trending. IGV should test the 200-day pretty soon. Up there at 98.50.
Let's ask Jeff DeGraff. He's Renaissance Macro Chairman and Head of Technical Research. Welcome back. Thanks, Scott. How are you thinking about that?
Robinhood still going there. Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood still going. Big move. All right, above the 50-day moving average. Bollinger Band squeeze at the highs of the day. Robinhood.
Because of some of this dislocation, but we're still able to maintain those trends and start to come around. So, we can play for bounces and some of these tactical moves, but that requires two very good calls. You have to buy them right and sell them right. I'd rather look for things that are just kind of emerging, say in consumer discretionary, like a Marriott or a Viking Cruises. Those are names.
Google turning up. Google looking good. Okay, Google. 390s, 400s look good. Google looking really good here. Google coming back up off the low. Google squeezing is probably going to stay inside the squeeze unless we see a big day. MACD stochastic, everything's set up and ready. Okay, Apple looking good here. Apple grinding higher. Apple.
How are we going to know that the highest of high flyers are starting to turn?
Man, that is a great question. There's a few tools in our toolkit that we look for. None of them are guaranteed, but they certainly help. I think one is just the reaction to good news. You want to find names that aren't able to really respond well to news. If you want to put a cherry on top of that, you'd look for some type of intraday reversal, say a gap higher in the morning on good news and a close lower on big volume. That's usually a sign that you kind of sucked all the oxygen out of the room. And then looking for divergences in relative performance, where maybe the names are still going up, but the relative performance isn't keeping up. Those
Meta's at the high. Meta above the 50-day. So buyers stepping up. It's a spinning top right now. Moving back up to break even on the day. 60-minute. Okay, this looks really good for Meta. It's a really nice looking chart. 60-minute. It's above the 20 EMA. This should be fine over the next several weeks. Meta.
Seeing signs of excessive momentum. So for those that are taking some chips off the table as you go higher, that's a rational thing to do. You have to find other areas to look for. And one of the areas that's bombed out, and what I think is interesting about healthcare is usually there's a yin and a yang effect between healthcare and tech. If tech's doing well, healthcare does poorly. When tech comes off the boil, healthcare starts to improve. And we've seen some improvement in the pharma names. They look pretty good to us, frankly. The equipment names are really as oversold as we've seen anything in the last 40 years. Those are a little premature for us, but we're certainly turning over stones. But look at a chart like Illumina today. I mean, the Illumina name is breaking out, trying to establish a base formation. So I think you're starting to see some green shoots there, and we want to take advantage of that just to think ahead of where we want to be if we see this crack in momentum in the tech names. At some point that will happen. And we think
Meta looks good. Maybe I should add to Meta. It's late in the day. Tomorrow I'll add to Meta most likely.
Coming up next, track the biggest movers as we head into the close. Back to Mackenzie, who is standing by with that.
Service now.
Traders are buying into a key retailer's earnings report while a new AI darling keeps surging.
Service now is trying to break out. Should break higher. Service now. Forget who mentioned that one, but that's a good trade there. Service now. 110, 115. All right, so if it breaks above 110, the 115s, those will appreciate pretty quickly. Service now. Got the 110, 115 for July. That looks pretty good for Service now. Looks good. Looks like Atlassian, right? Team Atlassian looks very similar. Okay, they're going to break above these levels. Good. Looks good. Nike's doing well. Nike. Okay, let me take a look at Nike. All right, big move above. All right, this should be fine for the next several weeks. Nike. Okay, Apple pushing a bit higher. There goes Apple. Apple going into day. Apple. We've got 12 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Apple turning up. Apple turning up. Starting to scoot higher. Apple.
Spider pulse. Long dated. Q's pulse. Micron pulse. Long dated.
Apple. What's Tesla doing? Tesla little bounce. Made it up to 444. That was a nice little pop. Meta. Still watching Meta. Looking for that follow through. Axon had a good day. That's at the top of the NASDAQ 100. Axon, ARM Holdings, looks good. That's number 2, coming off the low. ARM, I did want to buy some ARM. Shopify, coming up the list. Shopify looks good. Shopify doing well. Turning the corner. It's about to clear the 50-day. Shopify. I would imagine, this Canadian company, I would imagine they would keep doing well, right? What's the weekly look like? Weekly. Okay, it's trying to get above the 10 EMA. So this is early stage. This could go quite a bit, actually. Let me see what the options look like. It's late. It's late in the day. Let me just see what the options look like on Shopify. When are their earnings? Shopify. SHOP. Shopify.
Micron Pulse, long dated.
Okay, their earnings are good. Earnings good. They report again in August. They report again in August. Looks like they might follow through tomorrow. Shopify.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated.
Lots of open interest. Shopify.
We're just about 10 for the bell. Let's get back now to Mackenzie, who's watching the stocks that are on the move. Hi.
So we got Best Buy shares climbing on better than expected earnings and revenue for Q1. The retailer seeing a boost from its computing, phones, and services businesses, but saw a decline in sales of appliances. Stock, though, up close to 17%, its best day since 2017. And then Nebius shares also higher after a hedge fund operated by a former OpenAI researcher revealed a more than 5% stake in the cloud provider. Shares of the company have climbed almost 500% over the past year amid soaring demand for its compute. Those shares up another 9% today, Scott.
Wow. All right, Mac, thank you. Mackenzie Segalis up next. The setup on Dell and Costco. Those numbers are coming out at the top of the hour.
Uber, you looking at? Okay, Uber. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Uber does look good. Okay. Uber does look good. Uber. Let's see what Uber's. Uber options. Uber.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
Mm-hmm.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
SPRC may res in 10 seconds.
Meta Pulse, long dated.
ABEX.
CGTL.
Meta Pulse, long dated.
ECIG.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans. Tesla Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans.
Shopify. Shopify looks good.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts. Shenanigans. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
We're now Closing Bell Market Zone, Mike Santoli and Requisite Capital's Bryn Talkington are here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Have your setup as well for earnings and overtime. Brandon Gomez covering Costco. Julia Borston is watching Dell. Michael, we're going to set another closing high across the board. Sure looks like that.
Sure will. I mean, not a lot to stand in the way of this kind of, modest upside bias, I would call it, on a day-to-day basis. Obviously, yields have been tamed. We got oil prices held in check. Corporate spreads remain very tight. And, I guess just a modest turn of the dial toward potential resolution in the Gulf didn't really have a dramatic impact. The market didn't behave as if that was the driving factor. We're still tech-led. Semis are still up more than 1%. But it did allow a lot more stocks to relax just a little bit and move forward on that on those terms. So I think most of it's all fitting together. I think we're still waiting for the leading parts of this market to kind of reach that point where they need a rest. So far, not really showing it.
I mean, it's going to be interesting, as we were talking with Jeff DeGraff, what the message is going to be to investors that they're ready to take that rest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just never possible to handicap that in advance. I mean, in fairness, they've kind of slowed down just a little bit. There's been a study.
Goes Apple rip in there.
Obviously, Nvidia's not been out there on the leading edge. So
Apple just ripped.
Bide its time and maybe cool off that way. Or if we do get genuine resolution in the Gulf,
Apple just went to the moon just now. Whatever happened with Apple just popped right there.
All right, I'm sure you'll be all over top of the hour. We'll see you then with Mel on overtime. Brandon, earnings, Costco, what's a watch for?
Yeah, consumer check. Investors will be watching for sales and traffic. Real focus on membership growth and renewals. The high margin engine behind the stock's premium value.
Amazon deep calls on Amazon. Amazon pulled deep calls being.
Renewing at lower rates. On the good news, Costco's top tier executive membership growing close to 9%, which analysts say signal core strength. Wall Street also wants to hear about gas savings, auto renew incentives, and faster delivery options. Stock up about 15% year to date so far, so we'll see how it goes heading into
Looks good.
Yes, we will. We'll see you then. Julia, how about Dell?
Well, investors are expecting another quarter of strong AI-driven growth. After yesterday, Dell won a $9.7 billion 5-year deal with the Pentagon to provide software to the U.S. military.
Dell's got to go, right?
Expected to grow 51.5%, while earnings per share are expected to increase nearly 90%, with growth forecast to slow in the second quarter. Now, the stock has been on a massive run of more than 150% year to date, up another 5% today. And analysts are still largely bullish. 62% have a buy and 31% have a hold. Scott?
All right, Julia, thanks so much. We'll see what happens. All right, Bryn, size up this record-setting market. It's going to be a record setter closes for all three of the majors.
Yeah, that sell in May and go away did not work out for investors who stepped to the sidelines. I just think we continue to see a market where individual stocks are re-rating, mostly on the upside, whether it's Dell has re-rated, Snowflake today. And so I just think more of this tape where obviously running a lot of these.
It was Apple, Meta high of the day, Amazon high of the day. Dang, what a good day.
Which obviously gives the bulls in the market legs to run higher.
Just keep running with these winners, Bryn. I mean, this is the most difficult question for people who do what you do to grapple with. You see a Snowflake, you see a Micron. Looks great. You're happy to make the money. Keep riding it, or take some chips off the table. How do you mentally deal with that?
I mean, I think like Snowflake and Micron are very different, right? Snowflake probably has some big short positions. I do think, though, that you could never go broke taking profits. And I think that right now with this physical AI build out, I don't think the bubble is the right term. I think bottlenecks is actually a better one. And so if we got
I like that idea too. She's pretty smart, Bryn.
Those memory names are going to come down. And so I do think take some chips off. I think be pragmatic about it and don't get greedy.
What about this idea of a broadening trade once the war ends? Do you buy that?
I think we'll have some broadening, and maybe that gives these extreme exhaustion stocks like the memory and the certain semi names some time to settle in and retrace a bit. But I think largely any retracement and any broadening is somewhat short-lived because we're going to go back to this AI, which is just in everything that we will be and are talking about, I think, for now in the next couple of years.
So are you not looking for opportunities elsewhere? It's just too difficult to figure out the winners from the losers. At least with tech, theoretically, you have a better handle on it. At least you want to believe so.
Well, I mean, we have big positions in the Qs, whether it's in the Qs or our GPIQ, which sells calls against that. And that's just naturally giving me, Intel, AMD, and Micron are in the top 12 holdings. They were nowhere in the top 12 holdings this time last year. And so I think it's owning that meritocracy market cap QQQs to us or to me continues to be the way to play technology.
No, I mean, people are doing just that. All right, Brent, I appreciate the time. As always, Sprint Talking can join us as we inch closer. They're about ready to ring that bell up there. Dow Jones Industrial Average had to get above 50,644. We'll show you the majors here.
All right, that's the closing bell.
NVIDIA Plus.
Had to get above 26,670.
All right, folks, that's it for me. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, May the 28th. Have a good evening, everyone. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Got a hard stop. Ciao. Looking forward to Dell earnings.